In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. In the morning while I'm driving, Ronnie, I really come alive when it's time for RonyiQ. I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for RonyiQ. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
Good morning, grand rising to you. I hope you guys had a great day. For some reason, I thought last Wednesday was my Monday. I apologize for that. We've made it through another week. Happy Friday, and we're back to the board. If you are watching me on your phone, please go to a computer, your television screen. Please go to something other than your phone and look at the suggestions that I have for you to do a little shopping for yourself to get some personal protection for yourselves. We are back at war. Our strategic oil reserves are at an all-time low. And I find it real peculiar that none of the billionaire for-profit media is warning anyone in the United States that we are about to be in some real danger. We are about to be in a situation that is far worse than we were in the 1970s when we were in a oil shortage situations. For those of you who don't know how that was, when the lines were blocks long, when they were metering out gas, if your license plate end in an even or an odd number, it's the only day that you could go and buy gas. When they were only selling you a specific amount of gas, you could only buy a certain amount, say 10 gallons, so many gallons of gas a day. Yes. So we are about to get into that type of situation. And it's odd that there is no one telling anyone in the United States that we need to be on some type of reservation trying to reserve gas. No, everyone's acting like everything is all fine and dandy. as America is suffering financially in every way, shape, and form. They're trying to pretend like everyone in America is on a billionaire status, because millionaire and billionaires own the media. So therefore, they don't want to inform you that you are in dire straits. So I just wanted to give you that information, because your for-profit media is not giving you that information. Okay, so let's get into our news today. I've also been giving you this information, how these IP guys have been trying to make sure they suck every dime out of the people who have worked their whole lives, try to uh, have a retirement plan, try to have a 401k plan to retire off of. These billionaires want to suck everything out of you for their these AI projects, these pie in the sky projects that they have. The only idea that they have, these pie in the sky. I'm gonna take everyone's job. This is the best idea that I have. We're gonna create robots that are going to do everything. And the one thing that they're going to do all the work and take everyone's job. And that's all I got. Their best ideas. We're going to put data centers up, and we're going to surveil everyone in the whole United States. And we're going to be able to tell you what everyone does, buys, and is about to do. And therefore, we're going to tell you when someone's about to commit a crime. So therefore, we're going to be able to tell you to go arrest them because it looks like they're about to commit a crime. And we're going to fill up jails because people look like they're about to commit a crime. We're going to be able to prevent a crime by locking people up because it on pre-crimes. Your government already has it written in the books where they can arrest you on pre-crimes. Okay, so let's be real clear. Your government is prepared for that. Yes, they are. Now, why am I talking about this? The fat cats. I think they are going to get. Wall Street wants to change the rules for your 401k. It could put your retirement at risk. Financial firms want a bigger piece of the 10 trillion in America's 401k plans. The Trump administration is planning a regulatory rollback to encourage less regulated and often riskier investments. Did you know that? Did you know? Did you know? Did you know? Most Americans don't look at their 401k plans for excitement or experimentation, instead relying on the promise that steady savings and sober planning will guarantee security in their golden years. But the Trump administration wants to transform the well-worn patterns of retirement invested. To do so, it is moving to weaken the main protection workers have over their retirement money. The man in charge of the regulatory rollback is an industry insider whose former clients are among the large companies like to benefit from his plan. Since taking office last year, President Donald Trump has loudly called for plans to include less regulated and often risky investments like private equity and cryptocurrency. To achieve that goal, the administration is softening one of the strongest legal protections American workers have: the right to hold an employer accountable when retirement savings are mishandled. This change is designed to give employers cover if the workers' 401ks are deflated by expensive, opaque, or unproven investment. What they have done is lower the standard for everything, said Ali Karar, a former senior official at the Department of Labor, which is charged with enforcing the federal law that governs retirement saving. Backing this push are Wall Street firms, of course, which want a bigger piece of the 10 trillion in America's 401k plans, and America's largest employers who want to avoid class action lawsuits from their employees. They have a powerful ally in Trump's pick to lead the effort at the Department of Labor, Daniel Arnowitz, who previously ran a firm that helped large companies protect themselves against workers' lawsuits. Now Arnowitz is the one driving changes to the rules of those same companies play by. Now, don't you always hear the Republicans talking about we want fewer regulations. It's so much red tape. We need fewer regulations. This is what fewer regulations look like. When the 401k replaced pensions, you remember when you used to have pensions? Now they are already releasing the regulations on pensions that they're already releasing the regulations on pensions that these hedge fund brokers deal with, like these hedge funds dealers like BlackRock, like they've already released that, so hedge funds dealers like BlackRock can get in your retirement plans and your pensions. So now they are unlocking your 401k plans too. Get with it, understand it. For the few people who may have a piece of a pension, so those who were lucky enough to still have a piece of a pension before they did away with pensions, and you had to contribute to your own retirement via a 401k. And most people don't even have either in this new economy. They don't give a fuck about how you are going to retire. Most of you don't have any of this. But let's continue. Department of Labor Daniel Arnowitz, who previously ran a firm that helped large companies protect themselves against workers' lawsuits. Now Arnowitz is the one driving changes to the rules those same companies play by. When the 401k replaced pensions as the main way Americans fund their retirements, the investment risk shifted from employers to employee. Instead of the promise of monthly check, the 401k participant gets a tax-sheltered account, usually with an employer matching their contributions, but with no guarantee of how that nest egg will grow. Traces of the old system remain. However, employers are responsible for overseeing the company's plan. They choose all the financial service providers and have the final say on what investment options are available to the employee. But it is typically workers who pay for those services out of their 401k savings, and it's workers who suffer from diminished savings if the plan has poor options. There are plenty of pitfalls for 401k savers. The record keepers, the administrators that administer 401k may attempt to steer workers to their own in-house fund, whether they are the best option or not. They may sell advisory service of questionable value. And then there are the investment fees, which are the main cost to participants. These are charged as percentage of each investment. Roughly a 1% fee for a $10,000 investment would result in a $100 yearly charge. Record keepers, companies like Fidelity, Principal, Vanguard, and Empower, and other services provide providers often receive a cut of these fees. This means that they have an incentive to recommend more expensive options. If employers are lax in their oversight, workers might find themselves overpaying to invest in funds that underperform. Even modest differences in fees or performance can then compound over time, make a huge difference in how much someone is able to save for their retirement. Potentially tens of thousands of dollars at the end of someone's career. By the Labor Department's own math, 1% in additional fees can shrink someone's nest eggs in retirement by 28%. When overseeing retirement accounts, employers have a fiduciary duty to make prudent decisions and put their workers' interests first. If they allow financial firms to fleece plan participants, they can be held responsible under the Employee Retirement Income Security Act of 1974, a pension era law that now governs 401ks. Over the last 15 years, employees have increasingly sued large employers over unnecessary high fees of inferior investment options. Companies like United Health, Boeing, Verizon, and General Electric, without admitting wrongdoing, chose to settle lawsuits for tens of millions. Analysts called a increased litigation a con game that mislead judges, arguing that such cases should go before a specialized court, and labeled the whole enterprise a scam. Over 90 of these class action lawsuits against large employers were filed in 2025. To Anowitz, that's a big number. His former firm tracked a public size tracked and publicized the rise of these suits as part of its business underwriting liability coverage to employers, but it's a tiny fraction of the more than 700,000 401k plans nationwide. He's trying to downplay it, like, oh, it's just a drop in the bucket. Yeah, it's not a drop in the bucket if you are one of the people who have to sue your 401k plan and you're about to retire. Yeah, you can downplay it. ERISA says nothing about which type of investments are prudent. It sets it sets a standard of care, not a list of approved options. It is up to employers to use their judgment and employees to have generally been weary of allowing cryptocurrency, private equity, or hedge funds into their plans because they are more complex than the usual stocks and bonds, often untested and much more expensive. Nevertheless, Trump issued an executive order last year blaming the limited uptake on regulatory overreach. The lawsuit filed by opportunistic trial lawyers and calling for new rules. Anowitz, as head of Employee Benefits Security Administration and the Department of Labor office that enforces ERISA, is responsible for following through. Hold on. Jesus. Anowitz, as head of the Employee Benefits Security Administration, the Department of Labor office that enforces ERISA, is responsible for following through. His most significant move is a rule to make it far harder for workers to sue. The proposal, which will likely be finalized later this year, outlines a set of factors for employers to consider before approving investments. Just following this process will entitle employers' decisions to significant deference from the courts, a safe harbor or legal shield meant to guard those decisions from challenge. A company could load a plan with high fee private equity funds to be protected from suit as long as it showed it had followed the rule and considered the fees. To opponents, the change like Kavar, who was second in command to EBSA under President Joe Biden, this is a mere check the box approach, akin to a teacher awarding a math student a automatic A, even if the answer is wrong because the student showed their work. Anowitz has bristled at this sort of criticism. Absolutely not, he said in April, an industry event. Read the proposed rule. We require a rigorous, objective, thorough, and analytical fiduciary process that must be documented. Who gives a fuck if the client doesn't understand that they could lose that amount of money? Who gives a fuck? If you have you say that you have gone through all of these checks and balances, if the person that is going into that type of account, that type of putting their money in that type of account, don't understand that their money is at that type of risk. And you understand that, but they don't understand that. What the fuck you mean? You covering your ass, but they don't understand that their money is at that high of a risk. That's what he's saying. At the same time, Anowitz is also pulling back on policing plans, investment choices. In April, EBSA released a bulletin updating its enforcement priority, in addition to announcing that agency staff must now get Anowitz sign off before any major enforcement action is set. It set a new guidelines for investors. EBSA must avoid cases that unfairly second-guess process-based fiduciary judgment. The bulletin said, meaning investigators should not challenge an employer's investment choices if the employer can show it followed proper steps. So, the employer can show it followed the proper steps. But what if the proper steps were followed, but you're unsure if the employee knows that these proper steps were made on their behalf? But what about that? Is that one of the proper steps? I'm curious. Regardless of the outcome for the workers, the employer do not interfere with what the employer is doing with the 401k money, regardless of the outcome for the workers, as long as the employer has followed the proper steps, regardless of the outcome for the workers. Don't bug me to interfere, to intervene, to warn the workers, to give the workers an opportunity to opt out of something that could be harmful, that could cause them to lose money. Let the employer do what they want to do, because what can they do? It's not going to be like they can sue us. So why bother me? Okay. Tim Hauser, a 34-year veteran of EBSA, who was the highest-ranking career staffer at there before retiring last year, says such ideas undermine the heart of the ERISA under both Republican and Democratic administration. EBSA was dedicated to protecting plan participants. Doesn't seem like it is now. He said, but that has changed under Arrowitz. The ability of courts and regulators to hold employers accountable for using bad judgment when choosing 401k investment is fundamental to this whole system, Horace said. They are proposing deprioritizing it at the same time they are encouraging plans to invest in more complicated, opaque investments. It's infuriating. Hold on. The shift at EBSA has also been evident in court. Over the last year, the Labor Department has filed amicus brief, friends of the court filings that lay out legal arguments for judges in several class action lawsuits on the sides of the defendant company. In the past, the Labor Department brief has generally sided with the employees. These amicus briefs can be influential. Recently, the agency interceded on Home Depot behalf in a case proceeding before the Supreme Court. The plaintiff then dropped it. A Labor Department spokesperson said in a statement to ProPublica that EBSA would prioritize the highest risk matter in order to protect participants. In pushing for looser rules and erasing enforcement, the Trump administration and Wall Street are aiming for much more than giving workers the option of investing in so-called alternative assets. They predict it will become common part of a new normal. In recent years, the typical 401k plan has settled into a pattern, one that is proven popular with investors but less lucrative for the record keepers and asset managers that serve plans. Decades ago, actively managed mutual funds were professional picked investments and charged for doing so were dominant. They carried high fees, often above 1% of the amount in the fund each year. But over time, passive funds, which often track an index, they carried higher fees, often above 1% of the amount of the fund each year. But over time, passive funds, which often tracked an index of stocks or bonds like the S&P 500, attracted investors with their promise to deliver the same or better results for fees often below 0.1%. Investment in administrative fees and 401k plans have, on average, steadily decreased. One main reason is the rise of passive funds, but another expert says the threat of litigation. With cheap options broadly available, large companies might have a hard time explaining to a judge why they force their employees to choose funds that cost 10 times more. This decline has pinched profit margins in the 401k world, said Kai Richard, an attorney with Cohen Mistleton, who has long specialized in ERISA class action cases. So the financial industry is looking for other ways to make money. Non-public investments like private equity are as a rule, actively managed. That means higher fees. If 401k plans begin to commonly include these investments, the long-term trend of lower fees will halt and perhaps reverse. Broad adoption of alternative assets is in indeed the administration goal. One of the most consequential part of a 401k plan is the default option. Since most workers simply leave their money there, usually the default is a target date fund, which based on the investor's target date of retirement gradually shifts its composition as the date approaches from most publicly traded stocks to most bonds, becoming more conservative and less risky as the person get closer to needing the money. The target date funds haven't changed much over the past 2 decades as they've soared in popularity. They they offer all-in-one simplicity. And since they are often passive, low cost, adding complex investment like private equity or hedge funds as a standard part of the mix should be a sea change. The proposed rules are professed to be neutral as to what effect the new the new lax standard will have on investment, but uh, it confidently predicts that companies will include more alternative assets over time in 401ks. That, after all, is the point of the rule to broaden access to the potential growth and diversification opportunities associated with. Where was I? Where was I? Where was I? Where in the heck was I? Associated with an alternative. Trump's executive order put as a rule, it is finalized plan covering about 5 million participants would add a new or modified. I wasn't there. The proposed rule professed to be a neutral as what it was an effective new law, lax standards would have on investment, but it is confidently predicts that companies will include more alternative assets over time in 401ks. That, after all, is the point of the rule to broaden access to the potential growth and diversification opportunities associated with the alternative assets investments. As Trump executive order puts it, after the rule is finalized, plans covering about 5 million participants will add new or modified target dates. Funds that include alternative investments according to the proposal, and the number will continue to grow every year. Over the past year, there have been a wave of product announcements in the 401k industry as financial companies taking their cues from the administration have prepared to offer new options to plans. Major firms that manage private investments such as BlackRock, such as who? BlackRock, Apollo, and Goldman Sachs have announced funds for 401ks that include private assets. Did I tell you about how BlackRock is funneling through pensions, and now they are making private equity available to funnel through your 401k. Oh, you're gonna let us in? Oh, we got something for 401ks too. BlackRock, the private equity firm that has their hands in every fucking transaction that goes through every fucking transaction in the United States. The largest private equity company in the fucking world, BlackRock. They want your money. They want to get their grubby hands on your retirement. And President Trump is making it available to them. They got something for you. Okay. Ahead of the proposed rule adoption, Empower, the second largest record keeper, has been expanding alternative options. Oh, thank you, Empower. How sweet of you. You did that for little old us. Empower, the second largest record keeper, has been expanding alternative options through managed accounts where participants opt to have uh, advisors shape their 401k portfolios. About 1,000 companies have agreed to offer these investments to their workers, Empowered CEO said recently. Look what Empower has done for you. They, they just said, they didn't even charge these companies for it. They just said that, hey, y'all thinking about let us just do something free. We're not going to even charge you. We're not going to even say we're going to charge you a free. If a company sets up something free for you, we're going to do it free for you. I thought that everything in finance they did for money. I thought that they did. Why do you think they set that up free? Because they know that they finna get a down shitload full of retirement for your cash. That they set this up for free so they can get a boatload of money coming your way, so that these companies can just bust in a shitload of your 401k cash to them, so they can collect all these fees. That's why they did it. They already got the the mode of transport open, ready. All they got to do is ship the money in. But the ultimate effect of the administration effort won't be limited to alternative assets. The outcome is far from certain. The proposed rules seems sure to meet the proposed rules seem sure to meet legal challenges. The employers, even the Honorwitz assurance, might remain reluctant to overhaul their plans. Short of lawsuits, employers may fear blowback from their workers, who surveys show are content with traditional investment options. So, there you have it. What do you guys think about that? Do you think anything about that? Did you know about that? Pastor Waller, how do you know me and Ness resemble? I don't I don't I don't go to Dollar General, and I don't steal. You have the wrong channel, sweetheart. You definitely have the wrong channel. I don't I don't shop at Dollar General. I don't steal. I don't steal. I go to Dollar Tree, and I don't steal from Dollar Tree. Hey, Foot Soldier, good morning. How are you? You and Jay Wilson resemble each other. The thirst is real. You look thirsty just like Jay Wilson. Now, let's see what else I have for you. If you didn't know, this is what's going on with your 401k. Now, did y'all see your president over? Y'all saw your president. Where was your president? Your president. Oh my God. Where was he? He was over in Jesus Christ. He was over in. Oh my God. It was so embarrassing. Oh, what was it? He. Oh my God. Let me see. Where was he? Where was your president? He was over in. It wasn't Turkey. No, it wasn't Turkey. Where was he? Let me get. He was over at NATO, but it wasn't in Turkey. Was it in? Was it in Turkey? He was over in a NATO. Over in NATO, showing his ass, showing his ass over in NATO. Now, how did he show his ass over in NATO? He was over in NATO showing his ass, talking about the NATO nation. Said that he no longer wanted to trade with Spain, one of our NATO allies, and looked at that pussy Scott Besson and said, "Oh, we're not gonna trade with them anymore. Make sure we don't trade with them anymore." On a whole bitch fest, talking about we're not gonna trade with Spain anymore. They haven't been very nice to us. They didn't, I like NATO. They're our allies, but they haven't been very nice to us. They didn't help us out. We don't need them, but they didn't help us out. And then over there bitching about Iran and talking about, yeah, we're not gonna negotiate with them anymore. It's over. It's over. It's been over. It has never started. Like I said, there has never been anything that had been adhered to in this memorandum of understanding. We understood that at no point had the United States done anything to agree to this memorandum of understanding, because one of the first things that was in this memorandum of understanding that we were very clear on is that Israel would not be over in Lebanon and striking in Lebanon, and that had never stopped happening. There was no point that Israel had gotten out of Lebanon, that Israel had withdrawn from Lebanon, that Israel has stopped striking in Lebanon. So how is it that ships decided to try to go through the Strait of Hormuz when we were clear that to go through the Strait of Hormuz that they had to get cleared by Iran, which everyone was clear on? And if they tried to go through the Strait of Hormuz without clearing it with Iran, that Iran would strike their ass. What wasn't clear about that? What wasn't clear about that? And then when ships tried to go through the Strait of Hormuz and they got struck, what was supposed to happen? What the fuck was supposed to happen? And now we're at war, and we are more than halfway out of munitions. They're saying that the Pentagon is expected to come back to Congress and ask for, I think it's 390 some $billion. $390 billion. Pete Kegbreath is going to come back and ask Congress to fight this war. They need hundreds of billions dollars more to fight this war. Are we clear that the 2026 budget for the Pentagon was $1 trillion? Are we also clear in September of last year that this Pentagon on a use it or lose it spending spree, that they spent $92 billion because they had excess money? So they went on a spending spree and they spent $92 billion on bullshit because they had extra money in their budget. So they went out and brought expensive furniture and crab legs and lobster tails and ribeye steaks and bullshit and Apple products and all of this. Spent $92 billion. So they could ensure that their budget wouldn't get cut, because they could show that they had used all of their budget. But why did they need to ensure that their budget wouldn't get cut and show that they had used this money? They didn't have to ensure that their budget wouldn't get cut, because on January 4th, their budget had already been approved for 2026. Their budget had already been increased on July 4th of 2025. Their budget had already been increased on July 4th of 2025 to $1 trillion when they passed that bloated budget bill which increased their budget to $1 trillion, but they still blew $92 billion in September of 2025. Under we got to prove that we used our whole budget, so we got to use it or lose it type of bullshit. Now they talking about coming back to Congress, looking for hundreds of billions of dollars to continue to fight this war of choice. Okay. make when you're counting the money, count all this money. But when they came before Congress, they asked them, how much have you spent fighting this war? About 25 billion dollars. We've only spent about $25 billion. You remember when they came before Congress and all of them said, oh, we've spent about $25 billion. It's only cost us about $25 billion. Well, you got $1 trillion budget. Why are you coming back to Congress asking Congress for more money when you got $1 trillion budget? Where's the rest of your money? What the fuck you coming back to Congress for, asking them for hundreds of billions more money when you got $1 trillion budget? Make any of this make sense? Can anybody make any of this make sense? Can anybody make any of this make sense? This is real money. This is real money. Who's making any of this make sense? Anybody? Can anybody make any of this make sense? These motherfuckers are out here spending money like drunken sailors. Now, let's talk about the over $500 million that was spent to retrofit this free plane that was given to your president from Qatar. Now, your president is over in, what was he? Was he in? What was he in? I think he may have been in Turkey. Was he in Turkey? He was in Turkey, next door to Iran. And then all of a sudden, he wanted to flex in his new jet. And then all of a sudden, well, we needed a new Air Force One. That plane is 35 years old. Then all of a sudden, you can't leave in your new plane that you needed so badly. Then all of a sudden, he needed to leave in the 35-year-old plane. You just got your brand new plane retrofitted to be the new Air Force One, but you can't leave in your new plane. You need to pull out your old hoopty to leave. Why? Why you need to pull out your old hoopty to leave Turkey? Why did you need to pull out your old plane? Because word on the curb is Benjamin Netanyahu told him that the Iranians was going to strike the fucking him and his new plane out of the sky. So your president was scared after he sat up there and called the Iranian scum and they're scum and we're not gonna make a deal and we're going back to war and we're just gonna there is gonna be no deal and they're scum and they can't make a deal, and they come out and they say one thing and then they do another, when in fact we know that America is the ones who say one thing and then they come out and do another. We know that America has in fact been the people who have said one thing, have signed memorandums of understanding, has done absolutely nothing that the memorandum of understanding have dictated, have done nothing that the memorandum of understanding have dictated, have proven to be a bunch of fucking untrustworthy liars, have put the United States in jeopardy, to the point that this scary motherfucker is afraid to get on his fucking plane, who sits up and lies and says that he's on the old Air Force One because he wanted to send his other plane ahead to the military bases that's getting bombed the fuck out, getting bombed the fuck out because he wanted. Did you see all the people? I wanted all the people to see the plane. You wanted all the people to see the plane for what? You flying two 747s around for what? On the country dying for what? When the economy in the U.S. is so fucked, you are flying two 747s around for what? So what? So people can see the plane. How stupid does that sound? How excessive does that sound when people are fucking starving? While you got that dumb bitch Brooke Rollins out here lying about how much beef has been sold by American farmers, only to have to come back out and revise the number down 90%. Because the bitch came out and lied about how much beef American farmers are selling. And the bitch lied by 90%. And you are burning out gas to fly two planes across the fucking world on some dumb shit. They told the press to close your window shades. The motherfuckers trying to creep out of the Middle East. Put your window shades down. They didn't want to be a target. Did they tell you to put your shades down? They didn't tell me to put my shades down. Motherfuckers scared, trying to creep out, trying to hope they don't be seen. Did y'all know that? Did y'all know that? Let's get into this dumb shit. Okay. But this is shit that he didn't tell you. He was talking all of that lying and telling all of these lies. But this is what he did not tell you. He didn't tell you all of the lies. Hold on. Let's get to all of the stuff. Let's get to all of the lies that he was saying. But no, we're just gonna get. Let's just get to the point. We'll get. Shall we just get to the point? Maybe the lies will be mixed in. All of the millions of lies that he told all night long, and what he did not tell you. The bitch was scared. Well, I'm their number one target. Wasn't their supreme leader your number one target? Isn't that what war is? War is people die. It's war. People die.
A tell. You know when they're lying. When Stephen Chung, communications director, goes on a rampage and through social media or otherwise attacks a reporter for being a liar. Case in point, Carol Lutnick, who writes for MS Now and wrote an expose about how Donald Trump was not able to use the new Qatari gifted Air Force One to fly from Ankara Air Force Base in Turkey to the UK after the NATO summit because it is not secure from a technology standpoint, from a military standpoint, from a command and control standpoint, from a situation room in the air standpoint. It doesn't have the laser, the blinding lasers that blind missiles and the rest. So while the $500 million that you and I spent for a plane that Donald Trump thinks he's going to fly away with in 2 years and shove into his library in Miami, while all that money is wasted and put together, I guess, leather seats and gold toilet bowls, it did not create a command and control structure or allow for a flying situation room. I thought it was odd that they were able to complete that complete that retrofitting in under a year. But Carol Lutnick reported on MS Now, we'll put up the article, that he was grounded. Now, Donald Trump tried to lie about it on Air Force One, on the baby blue one that we all know, the old one, and said, well, I'm the number one enemy to be killed, and I'm flying the new plane. It's so gorgeous. I'm flying the new plane to have the U.S. troops look at it in the U.K. Does anybody believe that? Play the clip.
Stephen Nelson from the New York Post. I'd like you to address speculation that you're leaving Ankara not in the new Air Force One because of security concerns involving Iran. You've spoken today twice about them possibly assassinating you and possibly being successful. Did that concern have something to do with it?
Well, I speak about it a lot because, the life of a president is very dangerous. It's 5.2%. You know what a race car driver is? 1/10 of 1%. A bull rider, that looks pretty dangerous to me. It's 1/10 of 1%. No, it's 5.2% is you don't make it. You should have told me, you're an excellent reporter. You should have told me that years ago. Maybe I wouldn't have run. It's a very dangerous profession. No, I'm number one on the kill list for Iran. They're lovely people. I'm number one. So I don't know. I can't tell you that, but I don't really care because I'm doing my job and I'm doing it, I hope, better than anybody's ever done it, because we have a country that's hot and really, really successful. But I mention it only because it's on the list. I mean, it came out. There was another list came out yesterday, and I'm number one on. I like being number one on TikTok better, but I'm number one on the list for killing.
I like to be number one on the list for killing. For killing. Let that sink in. I'm number one on the list. We have a hot country. Our country is failing. Our country is in a fucking tailspin. No jobs. Our economy is fucked. No upward mobile movement. The only upward mobile movement is in these millionaires and billionaires that is robbing the American people blind, stealing from the treasury, stealing from your retirement plans. And this motherfucker is going across the world talking about the hottest country. The hottest country. Because you have these dummies out here being fanboys for him. Yelling and screaming behind him. Standing out in 100-degree weather, cheering him on. These sycophants of these mentally ill people. Having heat strokes to be in his presence because they're that dumb and mentally ill. As this country is gone to fucking shit. But let's move on. Let's move on, shall we?
But it peeled off. Why? Why did that happen? Do you know?
It didn't peel off. There was vandalism.
But it peeled off. Why?
You're going to see the SUV pull. You're going to see the SUV pull over.
Donald Trump and Howard Lutnick, his Commerce Secretary, have set up illegally a virtual sovereign wealth fund where Howard Lutnick takes taxpayer dollars from the Export-Import Bank and from the Development Corporation that he sits on the board of, and Commerce Department funds, and he sends it off to mining companies in rare earth minerals. Now,
so you hear Beavis and Butthead Trump. They are a part of a mining company that your president put together, and now all of a sudden, Beavis and Butthead Trump are over a mining company. And you come to find out that Howard Lutnick, you know, the same Howard Lutnick who was disgusted by Jeffrey Epstein, and then he said that he would never visit Jeffrey Epstein again, and you find out that he took his whole family to Epstein Island, and he was going to give you all the information, but he refused to go under oath and refused to show up on camera. Now him and his sons have set up a sovereign wealth company where they will be getting paid dividends off of all the exchanges that comes from this rare earth minerals. You know, where all exchanges that happens, they are going to be getting a cut on. You know, the same way that World Liberty Finance, the Trumps get a cut from all the exchanges that happens through World Liberty Finance, from all this crypto, how they have made billions of dollars, because every time that there is an exchange, they get a cut of it. How they made over $1 billion. You know, that. So Howard Lutnick, your Commerce Secretary, who is always standing behind Trump, laughing at shit that's not funny. You know, the Howard Lutnick, who happened to have to take his son to school the one time in his life when the planes ran into the World Trade Center on September 11th, the one time in his life he decided to take his son to school. The owner of Cantor Fitzgerald, yeah, him. Now that a lucky son is over Cantor Fitzgerald with his brother, these rich motherfuckers. Now they are just so happen to be in the rare earth mineral business as well, with Donald Trump's sons, who are in the rare earth mineral business. Did you know that? Did you know? Now, how is it that these people who have never had any business in these types of things are making billions of dollars in these businesses that they never had anything to do with? Huh? Did you ever wonder? Did you? And these Lutnick boys, they are also in a whole lot of. They're in the crypto business with the Trump family. Yeah, they are in the crypto business as well. Yeah. They're partnered up in with the Trump brothers in crypto as well. Let's continue.
Now that he's also, I'm sure, counseled Donald Trump's sons to get into the mining business. You think it's a coincidence that Donald Trump's sons this time around are heavy into rare earth minerals, while the policies related to rare earth minerals and mining and the money and public dollars, billions of it, is under the control of their father or the Commerce Secretary? Is it any coincidence that the number one financial services company that is benefiting from Donald Trump's rare earth mining policies and his son's companies is a company called Cantor Fitzgerald that Howard Lutnick ran as a family office, is now being run by his two sons, and they're making all the fees. So all the equity and profit is being made by the Trump sons, and all the fees and investment banking fees and underwriting fees and placement fees are being made by Cantor Fitzgerald as Daddy Warbucks, Daddy Lutnick controls where all the money goes. I break it down for you the best way I know how, honestly, on the Intersection podcast. Here's a clip. Let me explain how people in the brokerage business, what we call in the States brokering, and what they call in the UK broking, how they make money and how they don't. And you'll see the through line between Lutnick and
America is hot. Yeah, it's hot for people in the Trump orbit. This is why you hear him running around the world talking about how hot our country is so hot? Because they're stealing right before our eyes, and they are facing no repercussion for this theft.
Donald Trump. Brokerages like Cantor Fitzgerald. Yeah, they got an investment bank there inside there, but they're really, in their DNA, they're brokers. They make money on the buy and the sell. They make fees for when they're not doing the underwriting or bringing something to market or finding the money through their investment bank. What they're really doing is on the buy and the sell, they're getting a VIG. They're getting a piece. And the more buy and sell, the more volatility, the more velocity, the more money they make. They don't put up their own money. They don't take equity stakes. They make the money on the VIG, on the velocity, on the instability of the marketplace. So for them, when everybody's losing their head and buy, sell, short, whatever, and entering into all these different investment contracts, who's making the money regardless of what happens to that investment? The broker, right? That's why when Donald Trump got into the cryptocurrency business, he got into it not from speculating on buying and selling. He made a coin. Isn't that adorable? He made a meme coin with his face on it. Oh, but he also had a platform called World Liberty Finance. And World Liberty Finance, owned by the Trump sons and Barron Trump and Steve Witkoff, who's the foreign envoy who doesn't know what the F he's doing in Iran, Donald Trump's golf buddy. They all own it together with their sons, along with a couple of guys that went to prison. I am not making this up. And that is a platform that sets the trading schedule and provides the liquidity for the buy and sell between two other people and takes a commission as a result. That's why Donald Trump didn't care what happened to the value of his coin or Melania's coin or this coin or that coin, because he was the broker. That's why he's so close to Howard Lutnick, because that's how Howard Lutnick made all of his money, through broking. Some people are probably writing in the chat right now. I just can't check it. You know who's going broking? The American people. Correct. So let's talk about what I think. Now, let me do my confessional. We should just have a pop-up for when I have to talk about when I worked at Cantor Fitzgerald. Okay. 5 years ago, for about 5 years, I worked at Cantor Fitzgerald. I was their global head of litigation. Yes, I worked under Howard Lutnick. Okay. It was a different Howard Lutnick then. Won't go into the details. I would not have worked for the current Howard Lutnick. I'll just leave it at that. And no, I did not know about the Epstein connections at the time. And then, if I did, I couldn't tell you, but I didn't. But I don't. So we got that going on. So whatever I'm telling you now is not because I got insider knowledge, because my insider knowledge is stale anyway. And I don't talk to people there about these kind of things. Okay. I'm pretty sure this is what happened, though, based on my observations. Picture a blackboard and a coach talking about, let's just say like a heist movie, like Ocean's 11, where they got the graph and the chart and the stuff. Okay, all right. Hear me out. Trump has wanted what's called a sovereign wealth fund to control money as a slush fund away from the Treasury since he got into office, and it was a wet dream of Howard Lutnick's too. But they could never get it passed. So they developed a new one. Lutnick, as Commerce Secretary, has his hands on the levers of lots of money, government money, and has the ability to invest through the Treasury in companies and take equity stakes in them, like a sovereign wealth fund. Got it? So he sits on the Export-Import Bank. He sits on the...
Hold on.
U.S. Development Board, and they control money along with the Pentagon. Okay, so now having identified that he can turn on a fire hose of taxpayer dollars and shoot it in a certain direction. What direction? Okay, so they came up with this. Cantor Fitzgerald had been in the mining industry as an investment banker and a placement agent to bring in money for mining operations like rare earth minerals for a long time. They know there's money in mining, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So somebody, if I had a guess, it would be Howard Lutnick, said, I got an idea. You, Trump, put your sons into the mining business. Don't know anything about mining, but tell them to buy a lot of rare earth companies. American Vulcan and a company called Kaz Resources about Kazakhstan and 14 other companies that the Trump kids through different investment vehicles invested their money in. Okay. Now, does anybody think it's a coincidence that the Trump kids suddenly were big owners of a portfolio filled with rare earth mining companies? Of all the things they could have invested in, the thing that Cantor Fitzgerald is good at finding money related to, and the thing that the father of Cantor Fitzgerald, Howard Lutnick, can direct money to? No. So somebody said, you Trump sons, you go into the mining business. You, Lutnick Sons, who are running my company, you do all the investment banking, the private placement, the what we call the pipe placement, the funding. You do the funding side and you get tens or hundreds of millions of dollars in fees. Trump sons, you get the equity, you get the money. Lutnick Sons, you get the brokerage commission and the investment banking fees. Got it? Me, Daddy Trump, Daddy Lutnick, I'll take care of getting government contracts worth billions of dollars and funds channeled and funneled to these companies. And where it's appropriate, I will even force the American government and the American taxpayer to take an equity position, meaning we own stock in one of these companies. Like, do I want to own 10,000 shares in some rare earth mineral company that Trump's kids are in? And here's the problem. If you think this sounds like, if your nose is scrunching up and you're thinking, Popok, isn't this like illegal or unethical? Isn't this like bribery? What about the, yes. And so the Senate Democrats for now, and eventually, hopefully when they have the gavel, real oversight. See, Lutnick better get out of there after the midterms because impeachment proceedings will be arriving on his doorstep if he's still in there when the Democrats get the gavel. It has to be, but they're starting it now. So they're sending out letters to all of these rare earth mineral companies, many of them outlined in a very good article in the New York Times about these different relationships that came out over the weekend. But I knew about a number of them. So Elizabeth Warren and Senator Wyden and others, Zoffler and others, sent a letter to one of the sons of Cantor Fitzgerald, demanding to know, and reminding them that their father may be subject to bribery investigations. But I just outlined for you what the Trump administration believes is okay. That it's okay for Lutnick never to disqualify himself because he sold to his sons for $1 his billions of dollars of equity in the family-owned business. Does anybody believe that as soon as this gig is over at effing America, that he's not going to go back to some version of Cantor Fitzgerald and kick his sons out of the corner office and take it back over? Who really believes that? Okay? His goal is to make as much money as possible, 20, 30, 50, 100 times more, 100% more than he made before he went into office. But on the way out, he's going back into the corner office. And so he should not be sitting and straddling this fence of being both sides or all sides of the deal. I'll give you an example. President of Kazakhstan comes to New York. Kazakhstan, a relatively poor country, used to be in the Soviet Union. It's landlocked, doesn't have a port, doesn't have water. You know what it has? About a third of the world's rare earth minerals, including tungsten, which is a mineral that we use for defense contractors, weaponry, fighter jets, computers, you name it. And so if you can get a lot of tungsten, it's helpful. So you've got the president of Kazakhstan meeting at the St. Regis Hotel, a block from Cantor Fitzgerald, with a whole bunch of financial services types, like Goldman Sachs and this bank and that bank. And in trots in Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick. And it's on video, so you don't have to take my word for it. It's just, we can do business together out loud. We could all profit from this. That's my Howard Lutnick impression. We could all profit from this together. Not together. My family business across the street and Trump's sons in Trump Tower. And there may be something left over for the Kazaki people, I'm not sure, over your tungsten. So I just mapped out for you a pretty likely scenario of how they've gotten around not being able to build a sovereign wealth fund by building effectively a virtual sovereign wealth fund to benefit the families of the Trumps and the Lutnicks and those around them. And that all comes from using other people's money, getting a VIG. That all comes from that's not a real estate developer's mind like Trump. That's a broker's mind like Howard Lutnick, who grew up in that business from his 20s, took over the company in his 30s, and there we have it. See, in real estate development, you get paid differently, okay? You use other people's money, including banks. You hope that the market holds when you bring your project to market. You take out a series of bridge loans. You put very little of your own money in. You try to sell out whatever you're building early, and bring it to market online, hoping that the real estate market at that given moment hasn't crashed, and you make the delta. You buy the property for $100 million. You put up, you do construction cost of $200 million. That's $300 million, and you hopefully sell out at $1 billion, and you make the difference after you pay out real estate broker fees, advertising fees, carry costs. That's how you make money in real estate development, right? And then, some amenities that you build in there. Maybe you keep a condo, like a commercial condo for stores. You sell that out. But you make, $500 million on a project that I just described. That's not brokerage. That's not making the VIG on every sale of somebody else. And that's the thing that's been missing in the reporting. And where I think I bring value. I hope I bring value. Welcome back. I sit at the intersection of law and politics.
There you go. If you didn't know about that, let's move back. Let's move on, because I want to get back into.
There are reports of more American airstrikes after.
Let's get back into the war.
Iran retaliated with more missiles and drone attacks targeting U.S. military bases in the region. Latest tension in the Persian Gulf has brought the passage of ships through the Strait of Hormuz to a grinding halt. Meanwhile, the deranged occupant of the White House has once again claimed that Iran had approached him begging for a peace deal. His delusion knows no boundary. And Andy Burnham, soon to be the UK's next Prime Minister, has apologized for the Keir Starmer government's decision to oppose the Gaza ceasefire in the beginning of the Holocaust. But he has refused to condemn Israeli terrorists for committing a genocide. This will be the broad focus of my video tonight. Also in this video, Iranian professor Syed Mohammad Marandi gives a masterclass on journalism to Australia's ABC News presenter. So please stay tuned. So things have deteriorated at an alarming pace in the Persian Gulf as both Iran and the US exchange fire in the last few days. Last night, the US military bombed several parts of Iran. The IRGC-2 retaliated American military transgression by bombing US military bases in Bahrain, Kuwait, and Jordan. As I speak, American forces have once again carried out more strikes in Iran. Iran too has vowed to retaliate. This follows Trump's angry outburst yesterday against Iran when he used foul language while addressing the Islamic Republic. His meltdown evoked angry reaction from Iranian Foreign Minister Syed Abbas Araghchi, who wrote on Twitter, and I quote, "Addressing the civilized and courageous nation of Iran with derogatory language does not diminish its greatness. Iranians are known for their civility, culture, and strong moral values. We do not answer vulgarity with vulgarity, but with action, fearlessly, and with great valor. End quote. But the delusion.
This man is just really so disgusting. He's just really juvenile, disgusting, and weak. Let's keep it a buck. He has no cards to play. The United States have absolutely no cards to play. All of this blustering and lies, we have no cards to play. He's going to go back and ask Congress for more money. What are they going to do? Start up the printing press to start creating more dollars? That's what they're going to have to start doing. Creating more money. Is that what they're going to do? And what's going to happen when they start creating more money? These millionaires and billionaires going to start having their hand out for the money they're going to create. Him and his sons and the Witkoff and the Kushners and what was the ones we just got done talking about? The Cantor Fitzgerald ones. They're gonna have their hands out, trying to get government contracts and all this shit. How come they don't pay for it with all these government contracts they're giving away to all these billionaires? When are they gonna have skin in the game? They have all of this money, all of these billions of dollars that they are getting. All of this. They have money for all of this. We're going to get rare earth minerals. We're investing in rare earth minerals because we need to create a war fighting materials. We need war fighting materials. That's what all of this rare earth minerals is for. Is to create more war fighting materials. And we need to get a hold of it, and we need to get a hold of Greenland because Greenland is rich with rare earth minerals. And Peter Thiel wants to create one of his posteriors, one of his seascapes. No rule of utopia's cities with no rules, and he can dig for all his rare earth minerals and supply the U.S. with more drones and munitions and killing drones, and the United States can give him more military contracts and give him billions more dollars in military contracts, and he can sit over there in Greenland and implant bodies with all of the fucking technology to make his tech people possible, because he can live in Greenland and it will be his, and he can have a place with no rules but the ones that they create. This is what these people really want to do. If you don't understand that this is what these people really want to do, this is what these people really want to do. You're not included in this. You're not included in the calculations of what they want to do. This is why they are looking for these rare earth minerals. All of this AI, all of this surveillance. Why they want to surveil you? Because they want to keep you herded up. They want to keep you herded up. They don't want you to be free doing whatever the fuck you want to do. No, they want to keep you free, knowing exactly where you are, what you're doing, and keep you confined. Where is there freedom when there's somebody who knows every move you make, everything you do? What about that spells freedom? What about that is uniquely American? What about these people who are creating this AI is uniquely American? Because these are all immigrants who are creating this this police state in America. All of these people are not Americans. None of these people who are creating this new police state in America are Americans. Understand that. But they don't want you to look at these immigrants as immigrants. They want you to look at these dark-skinned people as immigrants. But they don't want you to look at these white boys who want to police you, your Americanness. They don't want you to look at these white boys as un-American. These are not Americans. And they want to police you and your Americanness. They want to arrest your Americanness. These immigrants, these white immigrants, want to arrest your American freedoms. Understand that. It's not the brown people, it's these un-American white men who are trying to take your American freedoms away from you.
Original fool from the White House once again claimed that Iran had contacted him requesting for talks.
We have many ways we can win, but we've already won militarily. They have very little left, and they want to make a deal so badly. They called a little while ago. They want to make a deal so badly. I just don't know if they're worthy of making a deal. I don't know that they're going to honor the deal. That's the problem.
If they want to make a deal, why do you think they attacked commercial vessels?
Because they're sort of crazy, to be honest with you. They're sort of crazy. They're a little bit out of control, but they want to make a deal badly.
The reason why this genocidal maniac is allowed to get away with such insane remarks on a regular basis is because of Iranian leaders' inability to counter his lies in a timely manner. Also, more and more people are now asking why the Iranians are even entertaining this Israeli slave. Many believe that the Iranians should have cancelled any planned talks with the US in protest against his repeated loose talk. Coming back to the American military aggressions against Iran, John Feiner, former Deputy National Security Advisor in the Biden administration, says Iran will now be more motivated to seek nuclear weapons. Listen to him here on Sky News.
You were involved in the JCPOA, the nuclear agreement under the Obama administration. I mean, in the end, that was dead in the water. We can now see that Donald Trump's MOU is very thin and bare. What do you think from your experience? I mean, where do the two sides need to get so that this doesn't become the new normal where we are currently?
So I think the problem is diplomatically, we're basically back to where we were before the war, except so many things have changed. Now Iran has this new tool that it can use, this new leverage that it has over the global economy by closing the strait. But we're back to where we were before the war in the sense that Iran has actually not made any meaningful diplomatic concessions when it comes to its nuclear program. That was sort of relegated to phase 2 of the discussions, of the negotiations. My view is we'll probably never get to a phase 2 of the nuclear deal. Iran does not seem inclined to make the kinds of concessions that would be required to get phase 2 completed, where Iran would get this massive reconstruction fund, $300 billion, where Iran would get actually all US sanctions lifted. something the Trump administration put on the table that was never even contemplated under the JCPOA, under the Iran nuclear deal that President Obama did. At no point were American businesses authorized to do commercial activity in Iran. And if we got to phase 2 of the Trump deal, that would be allowed. But I don't think we're ever going to get there, in part because Iran wants to keep this nuclear card in its back pocket. It's not seeking a weapon, but it wants to retain the ability to pursue that option, largely because countries that have a nuclear weapon do not tend to be attacked in a way that Iran was. So if anything, they are now more motivated to potentially down the road seek a weapon, I believe, than they were before the war.
It's believed that the Iranians will adopt a more aggressive posturing and even resume their all-out attacks against the American targets in the region after tonight's funeral of their late Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Meanwhile, in the UK, Andy Burnham, who is set to become the country's next prime minister, replacing rogue Keir Starmer, has spoken.
So, now this man, all of these apologies, but not calling a thing a thing. All of these too little, too late, but not calling a thing a thing.
About his stand on Gaza. He apologized for the Starmer government's stand in opposing the ceasefire in Gaza in the beginning of the Holocaust. Burnham, however, today refused to.
You apologize for the beginning, but what are you? How come you're not stopping what's going on right now? You're apologizing for not stopping what happened in the beginning, but are you stopping what is going on right now in Gaza? Since you want to apologize for not stopping what happened in the beginning, they're killing people every day in Gaza. Today.
Condemn the genocidal entity of Israel. But he didn't forget to condemn Hamas twice within a few seconds. Look, we mustn't expect too much from a man who had promised to visit Israel as the first thing immediately after winning the Labour Party's leadership elections in 2015. This is what he said today.
Let me start by saying the unbearable suffering in Gaza is a scar on our collective conscience. It's completely unacceptable that innocent Palestinians, including children, continue to be killed. That there's still a humanitarian crisis with too little aid getting in, and that the Israeli military continues to expand the area it controls in Gaza. We've got to do more to put pressure on the Israeli government. I want to repeat what I've said before about the actions of Hamas and the monstrous October the 7th terror attack, which I condemn as strongly today as I did in the immediate aftermath. I also condemn the increase in appalling anti-Semitic attacks here in the UK, and those who seek to divide our community.
What the fuck are you talking about October 7th for? October 7th has been eclipsed 1,000 times by what has happened in Palestine. October 7th is of no consequence by what has happened in Gaza. And talking about anti-Semitism that is happening in a fucking anti-Semitism because you are arresting old women, old men, because they have the audacity to say something like they wait for them to say the distinct phrase like I stand with Palestine, or I stand with they have to say a distinct phrase, and they arrest these people and talk about they are being anti-Semitic. The thing that you call anti-Semitism that is going on in England, and you are arresting fucking senior citizens that are on walkers and canes. Are you fucking serious? Trying to equate anti-Semitism, arresting people, and you want us to believe that you have any type of support for the Palestinian people. If you don't get the entire fuck out of my face talking about anti-Semitism, more than you are talking about the death of the genocide of a whole group of people. while you are arresting your own people for supporting the people that you want us to believe that you are so aghast of their genocide, that you should have done more. But you're arresting your own people for supporting them. The fuck out of here. I hope you are short-lived in not your life lived, your political life in your office, because you're trash.
Communities by targeting Jewish people. Following the Heaton Park synagogue attack in Manchester, I felt firsthand the anxiety in our Jewish community and the very real.
Take Steimer's position. Another bitch who don't need to be in office. A mealy-mouthed motherfucker.
Threat they face. This is unacceptable, and we must continue to stamp out anti-Semitism across the UK. We must also be clear in our criticism of what has happened in Gaza. I know many people feel that at the start of Israel's military action in Gaza, my party didn't get it right, and I am sorry about that. The response has too often not been good enough. We need to do better. Yes, we have taken some important steps. These include recognizing the Palestinian state, placing sanctions on Israeli ministers and imposing waves of sanctions on violent settlers and the organizations that support them.
Yet you're still arresting your own people for supporting the Palestine people. Make that make sense. You're doing nothing in Gaza. You're giving a word salad of what you're doing to support the Palestinian people. But we see that you're doing absolutely nothing to support the Palestinian people. Because if the Jewish people in your country say that they are personally, their feelings are hurt in your own country, you are arresting people for saying that they support the Palestinian people in your own country. God forbid that the Jewish people say that their feelings are personally offended, and the person who offends the Jewish people's feelings in your countries are arrested. If you don't get the fuck out of my face with this dumb shit.
I also fully support the restrictions on arms licenses to make sure that no British bombs or bullets can be used by the IDF in Gaza or in the West Bank. But let's be honest, the UK was too slow to call for a ceasefire, and we must now do more to strengthen our approach. Israel continues to violate the ceasefire agreement, killing innocent Palestinians. We're seeing a surge in settler violence in the West Bank and East Jerusalem, and the continued expansion of illegal settlements, displacing Palestinian communities. And Netanyahu's government is clearly attempting to make a two-state solution impossible. That's why we need to do more, which includes looking at further sanctions, both on those involved in the violence in Gaza, but also looking at measures to ban trade in goods with illegal settlements. I, like many people, feel passionately about Gaza, and I will do everything I can to work with international partners to stop the suffering, to ensure the Israeli government adheres to international law, and to keep the prospect of a two-state solution alive, because this is the only way to lasting peace for both Israelis and Palestinians. I have been absolutely appalled by what
Let's see how many people who are supporting the Palestinians get arrested under his administration. Let's see.
I've seen and read about the destruction of Gaza. There's increasing evidence that war crimes appear to have been committed. There must
war crimes appear to have been committed. He can't even say plainly that you have seen with your own eye that war crimes have been committed. It appear to have been committed. Really? They just appear to have been committed? Okay.
Be accountability for the depth of the suffering the people of Gaza have experienced. Ultimately, however, it must be for the international courts to determine rather than politicians. There is no contradiction between a zero-tolerance approach to anti-Semitism and holding the Netanyahu government to account. I will always take a fair and balanced approach and stand up for what is right.
One wants more sanctions against so-called violent settler attacks in the occupied West Bank. But he wouldn't say that these atrocities are being committed with the blessing of the genocidal regime of war criminal Netanyahu. And also, why call them violent settlers? They are essentially thugs, barbarians, terrorists. Listen to this MP from Burnham's own party.
If settlements are illegal, why have we not made an outright ban on trade? What exactly is it that we are waiting for? Why do we continue to maintain a status quo which has rewarded Israeli expansionism whilst punishing Palestinian aspiration? The expansion of illegal Israeli settlements in the West Bank has seen almost 500,000 acres of Palestinian land appropriated since 1967. Today, there are 750,000 settlers believed to be living on occupied Palestinian land. Our government does have the tools to act. The issue is not capability, it is political will. When Russia invaded Ukraine, the UK didn't say sanctions were too complicated. We relished identifying Russian-linked assets. We didn't say that economic pressure was pointless because Russia will just ignore it. We acted because we rightly believed in the principles at stake. So what answer does the minister have to the accusations we constantly hear of double standards? So if the government believes international law has meaning, it should be applied consistently. I remind the minister of the ICJ's advisory opinion of July 2024. It includes an obligation not to aid or assist the illegal occupation and to take steps to prevent trade and investment relations that sustain it. When I've written to companies like Barclays or JCB about their links to Israeli settlements, they offer very little concern. But if our government were to take stronger action, compelling them not to do business in illegal settlements, we would see that action. We would see them sever their links with illegal settlements.
So until this guy decides to sanction the illegal settler colony of Israel and bans every single bilateral trade, we mustn't trust this man. The whole world is now realizing the mistakes they made in supporting a bunch of barbarians and savages from Israel. But the UK government and the Labour Party continue to remain in denial. Whatever the legacy media says, the main reason for Starmer's downfall was his abhorrent support for the genocide of Palestinians in Gaza. So let's not be under any illusion here. This Burnham chap too will have a short stint. Please note what I'm saying here. He's not going to be in power for a very, very long time as a prime minister if people view him no differently than Starmer on the issue of the Gaza genocide. So what I'm saying here, that if his stand on the Gaza genocide is going to be the same as his predecessor, Keir Starmer, then he mustn't be very hopeful about remaining in power for a very long time. It's as simple as that. Even the Americans, who have been responsible in turning a bunch of thugs into enemies of humanity, are now realizing their mistakes. Listen to Rahm Emanuel, an American politician and a former diplomat. He bluntly tells an Israeli TV channel that the genocidal entity of Israel had lost the US for good.
You know better than I do that there's a different conversation within the Democratic Party about whether Israel should be allowed to buy weapons, even defensive weapons. What do you make of that?
I want this to get across. Israel does not have a problem in the Democratic Party. Israel has a problem in America. And very specifically, a generational problem under 30. I don't know if you saw this, but there's a poll out today. Mandani is more popular with American Jews than your prime minister. I want that to sink in and understand and get your head around where this is.
You know, I want to ask about Netanyahu, a man that you've had.
Look, she want to get past that. Let's not let that sink in. I want to change the topic. I want to change the topic. I want to pretend like this isn't happening. No, bitch. People are sick of being dumb to this murderous genocide maniac that has a fucking warrant out for his arrest for crimes against humanity. People are tired of him flying to the White House and getting money from America to continue his carnage. People are tired of this. People are tired of American politicians being beholden to this death that he is asserting all across the Middle East to keep himself out of prison under the guise that he's fighting a fucking war. People are tired of this. You're not going to change the topic, but people are on to this bastard.
Head around. I want that to sink in and understand and get your head around where this is.
You know, I want to ask about Netanyahu, a man that you've had, let's say, a complicated relationship with over the years.
That would be one adjective.
Love.
Today, Israel is a pariah. Israel's lost the United States, it's lost Europe, and you picked up Somaliland. As my mother would say, such a deal. You've lost your economic market, you've lost your political patron, and you picked up Somaliland.
Meanwhile, FIFA has continued to face widespread condemnation and ridicule for its corrupt practices during the ongoing Football World Cup. Argentina and its captain, Lionel Messi, have become the most hated names on social media. Many are now discovering their links with the Zionist entity of Israel and therefore inherent racism. This video highlights a deeply troubling aspect of the Argentinian society and a chilling
Argentina, where who felt comfortable to go and live? None other than Peter Thiel, where he picked up in before he could be charged a 5% wealth, possibly a 5% wealth tax in California. Peter Thiel picked up and moved his husband and children to Argentina from California, where he was able to amass his billions in wealth. And instead of paying possibly being able to have to pay a 5% wealth tax, he moved his ass to Argentina. Let's continue.
similarity with how Israelis are taught from an early age.
So for all you Argentinians hopping into my comments claiming there isn't racism in Argentina, this next video I'm about to show you is why I will always say, sit down and shut up to all you ignorant parasites. We all saw how the Argentinian fans flung racist language and gestures at iShow speed during 2 separate games in the World Cup, literally making monkey gestures at him. This isn't an isolated incident. This racism is systemic and taught at a young age. Take a look.
Junior! Vinicius! 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 ¡Te has electrocutar, Vinicius! Ah, no, sí hacen los cerdos. Vinicius!
De la cola.
Vinicius, no te me electrocutes! Vinicius!
This mother recorded her son while he made monkey gestures and sounds as she zoomed in on an actual monkey, where he then calls the monkey Vinny Jr. and Mbappe. Do you understand why Argentina is so heavily linked to the terrorist ethno-state of Israel? Israel is notoriously known to teach their children practically at birth to be racist genocidal maniacs. Their racist parents flaunt their children doing and saying racist things on camera regularly. From a choir of children singing about genociding Palestinians, to singing songs and doing dances making fun of Palestinians, to teaching an entire class of children to view Arabs as slaves and to destroy the Al-Aqsa Mosque, to groups of children chanting death to Arabs. Evil begets evil, and this is precisely why Zionists are now directly tied to white supremacists and the racist-ass Argentinians that brazenly display their true nature. So Argentina, You can cheat your way to winning the World Cup, but just know that we all see you for what you are. And to all you noble Argentinians actively fighting the systemic racism, you've got one hell of a hill to climb. More power to you.
Remember how FIFA's corrupt president, Gianni Infantino, recently overturned the one-match ban on an American player after he received a phone call from Trump. Today, the same FIFA increased the one-match ban of an English player to a two-match ban. Mind you, this English player was in a similar situation after being handed a one-match ban for a red card.
To the World Cup now, and England defender Jarrell Quansah has been handed a two-match ban after receiving a red card in the Three Lions' 3-2 win over Mexico. It means he will miss the quarter-final against Norway on Saturday, potentially the semi-final against Argentina.
Interesting. FIFA is trash.
Or Switzerland. On Wednesday.
I will now leave you with this fascinating interview of Iranian professor Syed Mohammad Marandi by ABC presenter Sarah Ferguson. The original interview was of 9 minutes, but I have tried to shorten it as much as I could. This is absolutely a must-watch. The ABC presenter will remember this humiliation for a long time to come, only if she has some integrity left, all because she chose to surrender her journalistic values. Just in case this video is taken down, you can watch it on our Telegram channel.
What right does Iran have to hold the rest of the world to ransom by preventing oil shipments passing?
It is written down in the Memorandum of Understanding.
Through the Straits of Hormuz.
Excuse me, I think it was the United States that waged the war against Iran, and your government supported it. They did nothing they said nothing in condemnation. The United States slaughtered our children. The United States murdered our leaders. The United States destroyed our critical infrastructure along with the genocidal Zionist regime that your government loves. And so you're in no position to critique Iran. But when we finally had an MOU with the Trump regime, in Article 5 of that MOU, the movement through the Strait of Hormuz is to be managed during the period when the MOU is valid by the Iranians. And the Americans.
It is written down in the Memorandum of Understanding. Like I said, he read her, but the simple answer is, bitch, it is written down in the Memorandum of Understanding. Read this, bitch.
Americans, in violation of the MOU, created their own corridor, the Iranians, when the MOU is valid by the Iranians. And the Americans, in violation of the MOU, created their own corridor. The Iranians warned them and warned ships for days, and they ignored Iran until ultimately Iran was forced to strike those ships so that other ships did not disobey. They have to go through the corridor that Iran has determined for them. And this is not the only violation of the Trump regime. The Trump regime has failed, in accordance with MOU, to hand over stolen Iranian assets. It has failed to force the Israeli regime to leave Lebanon and to stop the slaughter. It has continued to threaten to murder Iranians, to wipe out the country, and to slaughter its leaders.
The MOU did not say that.
The MOU said all of that. The MOU said all of those things. And Israel is still in Lebanon and is still striking in Lebanon.
About the Strait of Hormuz, but let me ask
the
you
MOU did say that in the MOU. Item number 5 in the MOU, bitch.
Will Iran?
It does indeed.
Will it,
and if so you want to say the MOU doesn't say that about the Strait of Hormuz, but what about the part about Lebanon? You want to ignore the part about Israel striking in Lebanon. So even if it doesn't say that, let's say for instance it doesn't say that, what about the part of Lebanon being struck and being occupied by Israel. Is that in the MOU? Is that being followed as part of the ceasefire? No, it isn't, bitch. But you're okay with that. Iran shouldn't strike because that's not being obeyed. Oh, they should allow that. Because it's not people who you don't mind being murdered. You are the architect of who is allowed to be slaughtered, and whose homes should be bulldozed down. It's upon your motherfucking approval who should be cast out of their fucking homeland, bitch. Sitting comfortable over in Australia, having no qualm about who should be chased from their homeland, bitch. The fuck you talking about?
Iran ever return to...
Leader threatened to murder Iranians, to force the Israeli regime to leave Lebanon and to stop the slaughter. Was forced to 5 of that MOU. The movement through the Strait of Hormuz is to be managed during the period when the MOU is valid by the Iranians. And the Americans, in violation of the MOU, created their own corridor. The Iranians warned them and warned ships for days, and they ignored Iran until ultimately Iran was forced to strike those ships so that other ships did not disobey. They have to go through the corridor that Iran has determined for them. And this is not the only violation of the Trump regime. The Trump regime has failed, in accordance with MOU, to hand over stolen Iranian assets. It has failed to force the Israeli regime to leave Lebanon and to stop the slaughter. It has continued to threaten to murder Iranians, to wipe out the country, and to slaughter its leaders.
The MOU did not say that about the Strait of Hormuz, but let me ask you this. Will Iran...
It does indeed.
Will Iran ever return to the pre-war situation where ships had free passage through the Strait of Hormuz?
No, indeed, the MOU does say that it is Iran that will normalize the passage through the Strait of Hormuz, and in collaboration with Oman, they will determine how things will be carried out in future. Iran wants the passage of goods and services and products to move through the Strait of Hormuz, because that's how our economy and the economy of our region grows.
Is the Strait of
we didn't wage war.
Is the Strait of Hormuz now even bigger leverage for Iran than the development of its nuclear program?
Well, first of all, Iran's nuclear program is legal. And the United States attack on Iran and the destruction of parts of Iran's nuclear program was illegal and violation of international law, which your government supported that the violation of international law, just as it supports genocide in Palestine. But with regards to the Strait of Hormuz, if you recall, before the United States attacked, the United States and the Israeli regime attacked Iran, the Strait of Hormuz was open, James.
Let me ask you this. However bold your statements are in defense of Iran, it's still a country in the midst of an economic crisis. Many of the population, as much as 40% of the population, lives below the poverty line. The war has badly...
You can actually say that about the United States as well.
Damaged your industrial base. Don't the people of Iran deserve a chance for peace?
Well, that's your problem, isn't it? Your
no,
aggression.
That's
you support the aggressor?
I think the question is about the people of Iran. I'm asking you a question about whether the people of Iran deserve a chance for peace and to establish some economic future for the country.
It's very difficult for you to tolerate anything that goes against your narrative, isn't it? It is your problem because you have supported aggression against Iran If the Iranian people are suffering, it is because wars that your regime has helped enable by supporting Trump, by supporting the United States.
The sanctions that were imposed on Iran by the European Union and the United States were in relation to Iran's development of a nuclear weapons program. Now, as things stand, if the conflict continues, the USA will not deliver the billions of dollars in unfrozen assets to Iran, as was agreed under the terms of the MOU. Doesn't Iran need that cash to rebuild?
So, what she's saying is that the U.S. has not done anything that it has agreed to do under the MOU. She has poo-pooed all the agreements that the United States were to do under the MOU. She has flat out lied and said that no, the United States didn't agree that the Straits of Hormuz were to be monitored by Iran, and everybody knows that the Strait of Hormuz were to be monitored by Iran under the MOU. She had absolutely nothing to say about Israel not getting out of Lebanon. She was mute on this, but now she wants to chastise them about what they are not doing to get the billions of dollars that they were supposed to do to get what they are owed if they don't do certain things to get their money back from the United States. You notice how this bitch is telling them what they're not doing to get money back because they were developing nuclear weapons, and she has no proof of them developing nuclear weapons. How's that so, bitch? She can tell them what they're not doing. But not one time has she acknowledged what the United States has done to not honor this memorandum of understanding. Bitch, are you crazy? Or you think we crazy? I'm not crazy.
Build the country. $1 in unfrozen assets to Iran, as was agreed under the terms of the MOU. Doesn't Iran need that cash to rebuild the country?
When you mean frozen assets, you mean stolen assets, right?
I mean what I said.
And in addition,
I mean exactly what I said. Frozen assets under sanctions delivered to the Iranian government because of its development of a nuclear weapons program. Go ahead.
Don't be too cowardly. Stolen assets. What was an Iranian nuclear weapons program? Where's your evidence of this? Where did we have a nuclear weapons program?
I'm just asking you.
Source your claim.
Answer the question if you would.
Claim.
Doesn't Iran need the money that was promised to Iran in the memorandum of understanding or committed to Iran if peace talks continue? Doesn't Iran need that money to rebuild the country?
First, source your claim. When did Iran have a nuclear weapons program?
We're not going to get into a debate about that because we've got about a minute left to discuss. I want to stick to the subjects of the day. That is the breach of the MOU by Iran attacking ships using the southern corridor through the Strait of Hormuz. I want to get one thing clear, that Iran will continue to attack ships who use that southern channel through the Strait of Hormuz close to Oman.
You're not very much of a journalist, are you? Iran did not violate the MOU. The United States has been violating the MOU on multiple levels from the beginning, starting from Article 1 and including Article 5 with regards to the Strait of Hormuz. You know this, I know this, everyone knows this. But since you are Australian and you are affiliated to the state, and since you've been supporting genocide in Gaza, I don't expect anything from you.
Mohammed Murad.
He's exactly right. She's full of shit, and all of this. You have Iran has not been. The United States has not honored anything in this.
Okay, there's a lot going on right now, and
has not honored anything in this MOU. And let's be real clear about it. That's why they had tried to keep it very opaque and try to not tell you exactly what this MOU actually stated, because they wanted to continue to come out and lie to you and tell you what it did and did not say. The fuck out of my face. A bunch of liars.
Keep you informed. Basically, Trump is bombing Iran, and now
all of these clips are in my description box. Everything that I share with you, you will be able to find in my description box. War Again. That will be under War Again. This is also in the description box under War Again.
Bombing the world economy. And let me show you guys the latest. This is the headline then. Trump orders new round of strikes after calling Iranian leaders, quote, scum. And basically had a whole meltdown today. You can find my prior video on that. He's wigging out. More than normal, actually. Then we're bombing here. U.S. military launches new strikes on Iran, right? As Trump says, quote, not sure he wants a deal. So I guess we just want endless war. Is that what we want? And then Trump then was tweeting out all sorts of explosion photos and video. This is Trump's social media. You can see it for yourself. I'll just go through quickly. This is literally what he's tweeting out. Like explosion after explosion after explosion was everything that he was interested in, I guess, today. See, it's really a lot. And then he's...
one of the explosions was an AI explosion of a explosion in 2017 that had AI added to it. So your president is tweeting out propaganda. Let's continue.
Tweeting out about his new jet, which they had a weird fiasco with that, which I'll go over in a moment. Also about Gavin. Then they put a...
now he's tweeting out of this gaudy ass... the West Wing. This gaudy ass entrance to the West Wing that he must have labeled because he's such a dingbat that he has to have every doorway labeled or he won't be able to find his way back to the West Wing. Now, what was not said out loud, the thing that they did not tell you out loud, with all the changing of the planes and all of the shit that happened, let me share with you what they did not tell you out loud. Where is it? Let me share this with you. Hold up, where is it? Here we go. Let me share this with you right quick before we continue on with that video. Did you know, just like the person who brought us into this war, who had your president running from aircraft to aircraft after he spent all of this money. After he spent all of this money retrofitting his the jet he begged for from the billionaires from Qatar. Did you know that Benjamin Netanyahu was the one?
Is where your big ideas become bold apparel, so you can wear and share.
You know, Benjamin Netanyahu was the one who told your president that, hey, they're after you. Iran wants to kill you. Let's get into this. Let me make sure I'm sharing. Yeah, I'm sharing this with you.
Out front next, the breaking news, a new assassination plot against Trump. The Wall Street Journal tonight reporting that Israel shared intelligence that pointed to a new Iranian plot to kill President Trump. The reporter who just broke that story is our guest out front, along with former CIA Director General David Petraeus. Plus, more breaking news this hour. The family of a Houston man says he was shot and killed by an ICE agent while inside his van on his way to work. ICE said he was evading arrest, but tonight we have new surveillance videos, and the victim's son is our guest. And why is Graham Plattner still not officially?
And also, come to find out, this Houston man who was shot and killed was the wrong man. They were not even looking for him. He was racially profiled. All Mexicans looked alike, and he turned out not to be the actual man that they were looking for. So all Mexicans look alike, and so they shot and killed the wrong man. So there's that on that. Let me add this. I'm going to add this article to my description box. So so you'll have it. Let me go back to this and share the gaudy little details. Is she going to
out of
get
the
to
race?
this?
What's going on here? Let's go on. Was plotting a new plan to kill President. New intelligence with the U.S., which suggests Iran was plotting a new plan to kill President Trump. Now, Israel is not commenting thus far, but President Trump did bring this topic up multiple times yesterday. It was clearly on his mind. He talked about how his life could be at risk and mentioned specifically that he is Iran's top target.
They want to take out the U.S. leader, me. I'm on every list. I saw things this morning. I'm on every single one of their lists. I'm number one on the kill list for Iran. They're lovely people. I'm number one. I may be gone too, because I'm their number one target. It's out all over the place. I'm their number one because they're scum.
Were you aware of any credible threat by Iran against your
Well, I have a threat all the time. I'm number one on their list before you. But if I go, you go. Right?
Now, you see him there speaking on a plane here in that last clip. That was on board Air Force One, the old Air Force One, right, that he's gotten rid of because he has the new $400 million presidential jet that he was given by a foreign country, Middle Eastern country, Qatar. According to 4 U.S. officials, the reason Trump was forced to swap the jets while he was at the NATO event in Turkey was because of security concerns. 2 official sources tell CNN that the newer plane did not possess the same capabilities to ensure its quote-unquote safety in international settings.
I wanted the military to see the new plane, so I have it. Did you see all the people? Did you all see all the people down there? I wanted to have a flyby to let the people see all the new plane. That's why I drove this 35-year-old plane, so everyone could see the new plane.
Against Trump's life were quite visible at the funeral for the Iranian former supreme leader. We saw the funeral today. We've seen these days.
Who knew everyone would come out? I was surprised so many people would come out.
Days we've been showing them to you. I think that if you can read, this becomes clear. It reads, "We will kill Trump." Massive, massive banner. And then, of course, there are smaller ones people are carrying, which read, "Kill Trump." Out front now, the Wall Street Journal reporter who helped break this story, Enough led. And Enough, what more are you learning about this new intelligence that Israel shared with the U.S. about an Iranian plan to assassinate President Trump?
Oh, wait a minute. This may be real. This may not be like the fake Butler kill Trump attempt. This may not be like the fake golf course attempt on my life. Wait a minute. You mean to tell me this may be a real attempt on my life? Not like the fake shit that I've been saying all this time? This may be something real? Jesus Christ. Hide me. Get me on Air Force One.
Yeah, so what we know is that Israel recently shared this fresh intelligence. It says that it indicates that there was a plan that Iran was contemplating to kill Trump. And this would help to explain some of his behavior. And I think some of the statements that you guys played, we also saw, the chants at the funeral. And what's important to note is that these 2 men have been speaking, very frequently during the war. And they had late night phone calls, and they would talk about intelligence and targets, and the relationship recently soured.
So Trump did seem to, as you point out, right? He brought this up. I mean, there were many times that he talked about being Iran's top target yesterday. Do you know anything about the timing here? I mean, it all just seemed to be so intense in terms of his references just yesterday.
Yeah, I think this helps explain some of those statements. This intelligence was shared very recently, and we think that that's why he was making some of those statements. And this was obviously a concern to him. He has been a target of Iran in the past, but this has, been on his mind, and it's come up again and again.
Anat, do you know anything about, did they share anything about the method or how far along this plan was? Or obviously there was the development yesterday where people who were on board the old Air Force One reporters were told that they had to put down their window shades. The president said that he had not been told that by Secret Service. But do you know anything about the method or the timing of any possible plot?
No, we don't have these details right now. We just know that these two countries, their cooperation, their military cooperation, intelligence cooperation has really reached unprecedented levels in this war. It's gotten much closer. We have tankers parked at the Tel Aviv Ben Gurion airport. We have, you have Israeli officials all over, in different situation rooms in the US. And so this is not unusual, but, this is a different level of threat. And yeah, it obviously got Trump's attention.
Leg injuries are very common, and so are inadequate ways to heal them. Millions settle for crutches and knee scooters with the iWalk hands-free crutch.
Oh, I got breaking news. Okay, this that video will be in the description box under war. It seems we have breaking news. It seems like Mitch McConnell, there may be some confirmation that Mitch McConnell has gone to the great terranium, I would not say in the sky, in the pits of hell. Let's get to the breaking news that I have about Mitch McConnell. Now we know that Mitch McConnell is the senator of Kentucky. Now we know that your president was very mad at Thomas Massie, the other senator of Kentucky, that signed a petition that made it a law that the Epstein files would be released, and thus it is a law that the Epstein file should be released. But Todd Blanche, who will be sitting before Congress to be confirmed as the new DOJ. They think that he will be confirmed as well. So Todd Blanche has not released all the Epstein files. So your president was very, very mad at Thomas Massie. So your president supported someone to primary Tom Massie, someone who refused to debate, someone who refused to even campaign well. But strangely enough, in Kentucky, with a whole bunch of old white folks, they voted him in over Tom Massie, and he won the primary over Tom Massie. Now, they don't know if he's going to win in the general election, but he won over Tom Massie. Now, Mitch McConnell has been missing for a long time. Now, if Mitch McConnell doesn't show up, if Mitch McConnell doesn't show up soon, he has till August 1st or 2nd to show up. The Democratic governor can appoint someone into Mitch McConnell's seat. And you know that Democratic governor could possibly appoint a Democrat to his seat. However, if Mitch McConnell has gone to the great terrarium in the sky or under the dirt, his seat will be open for someone to run for. Quite possibly, none other than Thomas Massey could run for that seat again. The great karma could be in work. So let's hear the reporting that has come out about sightings of the latest sighting of Mitch McConnell leaving his house feet first. Leaving his house feet first, covered in a sheet with no rushing, no hurry, feet first, fully covered.
CNN has obtained shocking video footage of Mitch McConnell, ostensibly Mitch McConnell, a man being wheeled. We'll speak with facts here. A person being wheeled out of Mitch McConnell's house on a gurney, being loaded into an ambulance. Nobody is rushing around. Nobody seems like it's an emergency situation. And loading a man who is covered by a sheet with his feet sticking out the bottom, like it's some kind of a crime procedural, into an ambulance. They've obtained the video. A reporter talked about this. Now, this raises a whole bunch of questions. I'm going to get to this video very quickly here. But this raises all kinds of questions about the lies that have been told over the course of the last week. Scott Jennings insisting with way too much detail that he talked to Mitch McConnell about Senate history and the history of the vice presidency and the Graham Plattner situation in Maine and all of the different headlines. And now we're finding out it is very, very likely that actually Mitch McConnell died in June, and they've been trying to cover it up, ostensibly to prevent somebody like Thomas Massey from running for Senate in Kentucky and then being another thorn in Donald Trump's side from the Republican side in the Senate. Watch this. This is the reporter talking about this footage that they got. Then I'm going to throw to an actual physician, an ER expert, talking about the inconsistencies of this video related to the stories we've been told over the course of the last week.
So let's get to Annie Greer, who helped break this story. So talk to us about this video and how it fills in the pieces of the puzzle.
Bitch!
So, John, what I heard from a neighbor of McConnell's around 8:30 in the morning on June 14th, this neighbor opened their door to commotion on the street. They saw 2 ambulances, a fire truck, and Capitol Police had blocked off the entire road. So this neighbor stayed on the street to try and figure out what was going on. And about half an hour later, at around 9 o'clock in the morning, this neighbor saw a person from McConnell's home being carried on a stretcher into an ambulance and said that they saw this person was wrapped in a blanket and that their feet was exposed, and that another neighbor standing next to them identified McConnell's face and saw that McConnell wasn't wearing an oxygen mask. So the firsthand witness that I spoke to said that they tried to ask Capitol Police what was going on, and all they were told was it was a medical emergency. They wouldn't confirm who it was for. And these new details come as we know very little about Senator McConnell's condition, why he was brought to the hospital on June 14th, and why he remains there.
Looks like your standard Capitol Hill neighborhood, Mitch McConnell's house. Nobody looks in a furious rush. Nobody looks like the person they had just given CPR to, the unconscious victim of a cardiac arrest episode that they needed to get them to the hospital super quick. That was my absolute first impression of this. Doesn't seem like an emergency situation, no? Well, you're not the only one if you thought that. We're not the only ones having thought that. CNN, Kate Baldwin, interviewed an ER doctor, an expert, someone with subject matter expertise in this area. So you don't have to take your layman's understanding of the situation, using your common sense. We can go to somebody with expertise in this matter who also has some misgivings.
Joining us right now is emergency physician, Dean of the Yale School of Public Health, Dr. Megan Ranney. It's great to see you, Dr. Ranney. Clearly, Mitch McConnell is not your patient. So having said that, the neighbor sees that he's taken.
Having said this, if a publicly elected politician dies in Washington, D.C., shouldn't you be able to get that public information from the morgue? Isn't that public information? If a representative dies in the morgue, why would that be private information? I'm very curious. Why would that information be kept private? The country has business that needs to be attended to. Why would that type of information be kept private? Isn't that public information that everybody should be aware of, should be notified of? That should not be kept private, because this nation has business. We have elections that are coming up. We have seats that need to be filled. We have business that needs to be attended to. What is really going on here? Where is the media? What is the media doing? How come there's no one from the media telling you, well, we called the morgue and we were unable to get any information? And how come no one is telling you the processes? And that this is ill. This is not the process that we should be having to go through to get this information. I mean, no one's even trying to get this information. Let me try. I think I'm going to have to try.
Out on a stretcher. There's EMS.
Bitches do more to dox motherfuckers on YouTube behind bullshit than they do to get information about shit that's going to affect themselves and how they live their lives. They'll do shit to dox people on YouTube that has nothing to do with them and how they live their lives, to find out that they are not criminals like themselves. They are so obsessed with people on YouTube. They're so jealous of people who are on YouTube that they think that they must be criminals like themselves. They are so obsessed with people on YouTube and thinking that they can find something bad about people on YouTube because they are criminals, because they are degenerates, that they think that surely everyone on YouTube are criminals and degenerates like themselves, that they will have doxing parties and let's have surviving RonyiQ lives, and let's dox RonyiQ only to have a womp womp womp, a whole flop a fest with bitches who sleep with other women's with their husband and get high with their children, sit up there and think that they're saying something about RonyiQ. Womp womp womp. And bitches who run off of YouTube after doing that dumb shit, talking about how dark YouTube has gotten after they have done the doing of a do bitch for a dumb bitch. Womp womp womp. Who sit up and talk about, oh, that is old news, when you were the do bitch who did the dumb shit for another dumb bitch. Womp womp womp. Why don't you dox something that really means something, you dumb hoes? Womp womp womp.
That's audio of emergency.
I can dox you from when your cousin died. And you're gonna get what? And what would that garner you? What will that garner you? And what? And what? And you will find out what? Womp, womp, womp. Go find another bitch for your husband to be attracted to you. Go find another bitch so your husband dick can get hard when he's in the bed with you. Womp, womp, womp.
Emergency responders being called to the home for an unconscious person for cardiac arrest. Someone is heard saying CPR in progress. How serious is this case if this comes into your hospital?
You know, it's difficult to reconcile the video that you've just shown with the story that we'd heard earlier about there being CPR in progress. So let's start from the beginning. You get a call to EMS about someone being unconscious. We send an ambulance crew out to assess. The causes of unconsciousness are myriad, ranging from seizures, which I and others have speculated that Senator McConnell may be having based off of those episodes where he freezes on camera. Could be that. It could be that he fell and hit his head. It could be a cardiac arrest with your heart stopping. So you get the call, the ambulance, the EMS specialists go. When they arrive at the house, they assess the patient. They say, do they have a pulse? Are they breathing? Are they talking? That's the point, it sounds like, where someone reported that CPR was in progress. Now, that CPR could have been initiated by the ambulance folks, by the paramedics or medics, or it could have been initiated by someone in the house. And for viewers, knowing CPR is great, but just because you initiate CPR as an untrained professional doesn't mean someone had a heart attack. Okay, that's as much as we've known up until now, is that there was CPR in progress and the ambulance did respond. Now you have this video. The thing that struck me about the video, Kate, is that nobody seems to be in a rush. Right. If there really had been CPR in progress, if Senator McConnell had truly been in a cardiac arrest, you would expect that they would be rushing, not taking their time, loading the patient into the ambulance. So that's the big additional piece of information that I think we got today. Beyond that, it is largely speculative, and I think we're all wishing Senator McConnell the best.
Of course, it's largely speculative, and that's the problem, that it's left to speculation. And that is by design. That's what they want. They want everyone to be in the dark, to not know what exactly is going on, because they're trying to steal this Senate seat. They're trying to put their thumb on the scale. They're trying to interfere with democracy itself, once again, from Republicans. That video is stark, and everything that doctor said is absolutely true. They're not in a rush. And if you have somebody that's being transported to the hospital in critical condition, in a critical situation, you cover their face and leave their footsies hanging out the bottom of the sheet, morgue style? I don't think so. All of this is very troubling. There are implications that go far beyond just the health of a United States senator, that involve the very manner with which we self-govern. And Republicans once again show that they have no respect for the will of the people. They have no respect for the democratic process playing out. I'd love your thoughts. This is a remarkable turn of events. Thankfully, there is an intrepid neighbor who was out there filming and able to get this video to CNN, albeit almost a month after this incident took place. What do you?
I don't even see shit. Fuck that neighbor. Why it take the neighbor so long to get the video out? I don't even see shit. All hell breaks loose as Zelensky is fucking
there
up.
They go. All hell is breaking loose.
Zelensky is fucking up Moscow. We're gonna have to start kissing Zelensky's ass because we're gonna have to start buying munitions from Zelensky because we are totally out of. You remember months ago, drunk ass what is his name? Keg Breath. Bright idea was people need to start. Car factories needed to start building bombs like they did in the 1940s because we had so few bombs. That Keg Breath said that car companies needed to start building bombs again. As they and then they turn around and say, "Oh no, we have plenty of bombs." They want you to believe that Iran is out of bombs.
Right now in Russia, as Ukrainian drone swarms are striking everywhere, striking oil refineries, striking Russian ships, striking.
Now, Vladimir Putin had to have his super yacht escorted by 2 warships out of the area. He has a super yacht. He had it escorted out of the area by 2 warships, so that he didn't want it damaged. I hope they get it.
Russian infrastructure deep inside Russia. These new Ukrainian FP-1 drones can hit 3,200 kilometers from the front lines. And over the past 96 hours, Ukrainian attack drones have struck nearly 40 Russian oil fuel tankers off Crimea and in some of the surrounding areas as well. The Russian Navy has been incapable of stopping attacks at sea, with nearly 40 vessels hit in the last 96 hours. And Ukraine is documenting each strike and releasing the video of these strikes. Look at each of these strikes being documented by Ukraine. Also, onboard footage from Ukrainian mid-range attack drones are tearing into Russia's rear area supply lines over the past weeks, accelerating even over the past few days as Zelensky was at that NATO summit, securing the Patriot interceptor licenses he so badly needed in order to stop the Russian ballistic missile attacks, which need those interceptors in order to stop the devastation that Putin was causing on Kyiv. Take a look right here in Donetsk Oblast right there. A Ukrainian Air Force F-16 Fighting Falcon drops this glide bomb on a Russian drone team. Did you see that? Did you see that? Short-range ballistic missiles being launched from Ukraine, multiple on a daily, I should say hourly basis. Take a look right here about what was just published by Ukraine's 19th Missile Brigade, Santa Barbara. Are you seeing that? Take a look right here. Ukrainian attack drones hit a Russian ammunition dump in Luhansk Oblast tonight, setting it on fire. Take a look right here, and you'll see, you'll hear, you'll see as this ammunition dump slowly cooks off. Take a watch.
Ну, вообще по кайфу, да?
Now, have you seen this one? Ukrainian attack drone successfully struck Russia's Nazhmask refinery in the morning, setting it ablaze. This is the second Russian oil refinery hit by Ukrainian drones in 24 hours. Take a look at this footage right here as Russia's Nizhnekamsk oil refinery burned in the morning after the Ukrainian birds, the FP-1s and other drones, hit it hard with devastating impact. Play this clip.
Let's see, that's what you get when you go in fucking with other countries. That's what you get when you go in hitting other countries that didn't do shit to you. You know, like we did when we go into Iran, who did absolutely nothing to us. That's what you get when you go fucking with other people. This link is in my description box. Let's see what else. Oh, we got a lot of destruction. A lot of destruction. Now, if you want to see what is going on over there, take yourself over there and see that Zelensky is making his move on Russia. Now, at least 45, 47 has given has given Zelensky the okay. They are going to give them the okay to create the Patriot missile over in Ukraine. They're going to share the patent with them to make the Patriot missile in Ukraine. So, what else did I want to share with you? Food shortage. There's a food shortage in the United States, if you did not know. Is this what I think the food shortage. Oh, let me link this first link. About your money, your 401ks, 401k theft. It's not. I'm going to put it under 401k theft. The stuff that I read you earlier, how they're going to make it easier for hedge funds to wipe out your 401k funds. Now, what is this? I wanted to share with you. Here is what I want to share with you. We need to pay attention to real things that are going on in the world. I wanted to share this with you. You don't hear a lot of news with all of this 24-hour news that we have going on. The next, the Iran war threatened a food crisis. The next Gulf conflict could do the same. Modern farming depends on cheap fertilizer. The war made fertilizer more expensive, with ships trapped, fertilizer plants shut down, farmers packing, and world food production thrown into peril. In the 1800s, science worried that shortages of fertilizers for crops could cause a global famine. Between 1909 and 1913, two German scientists developed the Haber-Bosch process. This lifts nitrogen gases from the airs and split it with pressures and heats from the natural gases that creates ammonia. This powerful fertilizer became critical for wheat, corn, and rice varieties. When this crop absorbs the synthetic fertilizer, yield soars. There will always be enough nitrogen, so fertilizer of this sort is plentiful as long as natural gas is available. nitrogen fertilizer use in agriculture, the Green Revolution, from 1965 through 2020. The Green Revolution of the 1960s and 70s combined seed breeding, pesticides, mechanization, and fertilizer is credited with saving over 1 billion people from starvation, many in the Indian subcontinent and Mexico. For the first time in modern history, the world wasn't running out of farmland or the ability to feed itself. That's good. So what's the downside? By 2023, that average had more than tripled to 4,490 kilograms. So what's the downside? Is there a downside to this? And while total farmland had only increased by 14%. Earth population in the 1960s was 3 billion people, triple the size of humanity, 150 years early. About 70 more years, it had almost tripled again, thanks to huge gains in food production. If farms still produce foods at pre-green revolution levels, feeding the world today will require more than half the planet's habitable land. Canadian scientist Val Call Small calculates in harvesting the baseline. Come on. When the war with Iran broke out, fertilizers and nitrogen quickly became front-page news. The war cut off 17% of the world's natural gas supply and more than 30% of the world's nitrogen fertilizer supply. Almost half of the world's exported sulfur, and critical component for another type of fertilizer, was trapped in the Middle East Gulf. Hundreds of ships sat at anchor in the Gulf, unable to sail through the Strait of Hormuz due to the risk of Iranian attacks. Natural gas plants were shut down. Fertilizer manufacturing plants were idled. Facilities were destroyed and damaged by missiles and drones. Even if the straits reopen, it will be months or years before some natural gas and fertilizer production returns to pre-war normal. Normally, around 20% of global petroleum passes through the Straits of Hormuz. Along with oil, 17% of natural gas and over 30% of nitrogen fertilizers are exported from Gulf countries. They use the strait to ship these products out to world. Most modern urea plants are tightly bound to natural gas supplies. The methane is split into hydrogen and carbon dioxide. Hydrogen is first combined with nitrogen from the air to create ammonia, which is then recoupled, and then carbon dioxide to form the fertilizer urea. That's a lot. I don't need to know all of that. Just give me my fertilizer. Fertilizer prices shot up around the world just as planting season got underway in India, the US, and Australia. While prices have come down dramatically since the damage has already been done for farms, the billions who rely on food they grow without nitrogen fertilizers, crop yields slumps means much less food is likely to be grown this year in some places that need it most. Urea prices spiked when farmers needed it most. We see in January of 2026, the prices spiked in February all the way through April. In April, they really spiked, so they started going back down. But the planting season was over in June and July when the prices started going down. For the sake of the its enormous populations of farmers and urban consumers, India snapped up enormous quantities of urea, nitrogen, fertilizer at high prices. That fertilizer is now off the market, and the rest of the world has less to fight for. Even in wealthy Australia, farmers are expected to slash the amount of wheat they grow because they just can't justify growing it at today's wheat prices, which are not enough to cover the fertilizer bill. So, on top of the gas bill, food is greatly impacted. The fertilizer spike affected Australia, India, and Thailand, and more than other countries, as fertilizer from Gulf countries were a larger part of the total imports. In some parts of Africa, farmers struggle to find fertilizer at all. In Brazil, which imports a majority of its fertilizer, farmers face a tough decision: either strain their finances with expensive fertilizer or use less and get a smaller crop, then see their finances strained anyway. If the war resumes or the strait is closed for any reason, the situation would recur. A difficult prospect for farmers. So the war has resumed. So the problem is only going to get worse since the war has resumed. Food prices spiked after the start of the war, which means food prices are going to only get worse because the war has resumed. The FAO Food Price Index has soared during the U.S.-Iran war, inflated by a spike in energy and the fertilizer costs, which means it is going to increase even more. Okay, extreme summer heat may contribute to even greater shortage on the farm. And the summer has been hot here in the Midwest, in the Northeast, and there has been a heat wave in Paris. Had a huge heat wave. I know it was in Paris. I'm not sure about London, but I am sure they had a heat wave. They had a heat wave in Europe as well. I don't know all parts of Europe. I know it was definitely in Paris. I'm not sure about London. Extreme summer heat may contribute to even greater shortages on the farm. In the past, India has typically experienced below average rainfall in years under the El Nino weather pattern, such as this year. El Nino has in the past led to drought that damaged crop and triggered governments in some countries to limit the export of some basic food stuff. Already, food prices have soared around the world. Most of the world have become comfortable with ample, affordable food supplies created by the miracle of modern farming. The Iran war supply shock and the El Nino weather pattern could keep food prices high for some time to come, a strain for valuable populations struggling to meet their daily needs. If you did not know, now you know. This war and this continuing war is having an effect on food shortages. I just wanted you to know that, just in case you are not aware. This is why you should prepare yourself for what is coming. These are some serious times. Your news media is not alerting you to some simple things that you can do now to make sure that your shelves are stocked with some food items so that you do not go hungry. This is in my description box under food. Get you some food. Stock up on some food. Food shortage. Now, there's something else that I want to say about the food shortage, because your government will come out here and actually lie to you. This government will come out here and make you believe that everything is a-okay, okie dokie, everything is going so great, everything is wonderful. Let's go right here and see how your government just sits up and lies to you about food, about food, no less. Brooke Rollins, we know that, but that Mar-a-Lago face bitch is nothing but a liar in the first place over the Department of Agriculture. Trump administration walked back key export figure with a stunning 90% revision. This is also going to be in my description box under food shortage. I'm going to put that also in my description box under food shortage, because this is exactly what it equates to, a food shortage. Let me put it there. Okay, let me share this with you. Okay, here we go. President Donald Trump's administration walked back a headline-grabbing U.S. beef exporting figure on Tuesday after the Department of Agriculture acknowledged it had published erroneous data, revising the number down by roughly 90%, according to Reuters. Just 1 week earlier, the USDA reported that U.S. net U.S. beef export sales for the week ending in June 25th had soared to 126,062 metric tons, a nearly 500% jump from the previous week and the highest weekly total of 2026. But in a revised report released Thursday, the agency lowered that figure to just 12,064 metric tons. From 126,062 metric tons to 12,064 metric tons. So where did the extra 6 come from to make it 126? Well, did Brooke Rollins have her glasses off? Did Brooke Rollins get her Mar-a-Lago make plastic surgery done and her eyes were too tight and she couldn't read the numbers good that day? And that 12,000 looked like 126,000 that day? The original report immediately drew skepticism from traders and analysts, Reuters reported, with someone questioning whether the unusually large sales were even plausible. The DA said on Thursday that the figures had been reported in error, though it offered no further explanation for what caused the mistake. Among the figures that raised eyebrows were the reported sales of 38,434 metric tons of U.S. beef to Chile and 32,273 metric tons to Italy, neither of which is typically a major destination for American beef export. Thursday's revisions reduced those total sales to 367 metric tons for Chile and 350 metric tons for Italy. Now, that's interesting. How do you go from 38,434 metric tons to Chile to 367 metric tons to Chile? 30. So they're lying. That's how you go from 38,000 to 300 metric tons. That's how you do it. You lie. You went from 38,434 metric tons to Chile to 367 metric tons to Chile. You went from 32,274 metric tons to Italy to 350 metric tons to Italy. How do you go from 32,000 to 350 metric tons? 32,274 to 350. You're lying. While export sales to 14 other countries were also revised downwards, kind of like the job markets when they put the job numbers out, and they also are revised downwards every month. Before a revising course, though, the U.S. DA had publicly defended the report. According to the outlet, the agency said that on July 2nd that multiple export sales had been reported late, and that it had confirmed the figures with exporting companies, stating as part of the export sales reporting team's data review of the weekly submission, the exporting company was contacted that the ESR team confirmed that the quantities were correct and were reported at MTs. Now, why does Brooke Rollins still have her job? I'm curious, why is Brooke Rollins still in her job? Sitting up, fawning at the president all over Mar-a-Lago, at every Mar-a-Lago party with that pulled back face and those blown up lips. Why is Brooke Rollins still at the Department of Agriculture telling you how many poor people are no longer receiving food stamps, and not being able to tell you if they have been thrown off of food stamps because they have actually received job and have finances to now buy food, or if they have just been thrown off of food stamps because they have revamped the application process and have made everybody who have been on food stamps reapply, and people have been kicked off food stamps. And she's bragging as if it's a good thing, when food has become more expensive in the United States. And this bitch is acting like, oh, I don't know if they have gotten jobs that has allowed them to get off of food stamps. What is so good about these people getting off of food stamps if you don't know why they off of food stamps, bitch? You know how high food is? And all these mistakes this bitch making. Reporting shit as 48,000 when it's 480 something. Not 80,000, 480 This bitch making 48,000. Well, this bitch got a job. Oh, who in this chat can make mistakes on your job in counting something, and make mistakes in counting something as 42,000 when it's 423, and you counting as 42,300. Who can make those types of mistakes on their job and keep their job and say, it was everything was right when we first put it in, and have no reason for it being that far off until and try to insist that everything was right when you put the numbers in? Where is this acceptable at? And we're talking about food. We're trying to make you believe that the cattle ranchers are doing well. We're trying to lie to you and make you believe that the cattle ranchers are doing well. We don't want you to see how poorly the cattle ranchers are doing. This is what this bitch is doing. They want you to believe that America is the hottest country in the world. And this is how poorly the cattle ranchers are doing. This is what they're doing. But they love the farmers. Well, you farmers, y'all voted for these dumb motherfuckers to be in office. And this is what you're getting. This is what you're getting. You are the main motherfuckers that voted these motherfuckers in office. And this is what you're getting. And they're lying to try to pretend like you're doing well. You're the type of dumb motherfuckers that voted them in office. Let's continue. These links are in my description box. Let's continue. What else do we have here? What else? What else? What else? What else? Let's talk about sports, shall we? Now, I hear that 4547 has invited the New York Knicks to come to the White House. Now, I hear the Knicks have accepted because I hear the owner of the Knicks is a big Trump fan. I hear he's a big MAGA nut. MAGA nut job. Now, I'm not sure how many people are going to be in attendance. I'm not sure if they're going to be forced to attend. I'm not sure of anything. But what I do know is Madison Square Garden has a massive database of celebrities who attend the Knicks games, and it gives them a risk score. Madison Square Garden is under some staunch surveillance. You are being watched when you go to Madison Square Garden. You are basically in China. You get a watch score. This is in my description box under Madison Square Garden is watching you closely. Let me drop that. If you did not know, you are in communist China when you go to Madison Square Garden. Did you know? Did you know? Did you know? Let's see what they have to say about this story. I just thought I should bring this to you. This is what they have time to do. This big Madison Square Garden reportedly keeps a database of celebrities who attend New York Knicks games, and each one is given a risk score. Madison Square Garden sports CEO and Knicks owner James Dolan has previously come under scrutiny for the extensive use of surveillance technology at his properties. In 2023, New York Democrats threatened to strip Madison Square Garden of its property tax exemption over the venue's use of facial recognition technology. And earlier this year, it was revealed that Dolan Company kept a database of biometric data and even tracked the movements of specific guests. A Thursday report from Wired revealed that the Madison Square Garden also kept a database of celebrity guests. Some of them were given a risk score, which was determined by numerous factors, the report read. A source with knowledge of the matter tells Wired that the Garden security has performed social media sweeps for prominent people looking for complimentary tickets to games. If you're a celebrity and you're marked with a risk score, even a low risk, it means you've done something in the publicity world, the social media world, that has caught the attention of the wrong people. The source continues, the talent database, which has entries dating back to December 2020 and includes updates as recent as early June of this year, makes repeated references to social media concerns. Physical security threats, potential harms to people or property are documented and in a separate database. The sources says the source adds that these sorts of databases are common at arenas. The source told Wired the database was a really paranoid, terrible system. Some entries in the database have additional labels, as noted in the report. Hip-hop producer Pete Rock is marked as a do not host. The label came after he criticized Dolan for his treatment of Nick legend Charles Oakley. Rapper Little TJ, the database indicated, was outright banned from Madison Square Garden. Other entries noted that sexual orientation of the VIPs, with more than 90 having been labeled LGBTQIA. The media knew the. Oh, wait a minute. No, that's it. Oh, okay. Oh, so they are putting your sexual orientation in there and everything. So that's the story. If you didn't know that, it takes all that to go to a game. I guess it takes all that to go to a game. So let's see. Let me share one more story with you, shall I? The Amazon of gun sales. The Amazon of gun sales. The Amazon of guns. Trump Jr.'s new business venture aims to sell firearms via the mail, and a proposed federal rule change could make that happen. A proposed federal rule change. I wonder who's going to change that rule to make that happen. You wonder? You wonder if that a federal rule change, is going to make it easier for these gun crazy little white children to order a gun through the mail? Because isn't it usually these white children that do all of this crazed gun shooting up schools? Usually it's the children, and half of the time it's the white parents that are buying these crazy white children their guns. President Trump has made gun ownership rights a public policy, and now a family member with a big position in a gun company is expected to benefit from a favorable proposed regulatory ruling. Donald Trump Jr. is at the center of the issue, holding shares in a grab-a-gun, a New York Stock Exchange PEW, a Texas-based online firearms retailer that sells handguns, rifles, shotguns, and ammunition along other items. Top picks. Hold on. The company, nicknamed the Amazon of guns, is trading at about $3 a share as of July 8th. Shares are up 3.6% year to date, but the stock has skyrocketed 33.9% since July 2nd on expectations of upcoming regulations from the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives, the ATF. Under the ATF guidance, a new rule would enable licensed firearm dealers to ship guns directly to in-state residents following identity verification and a background check. The ATF rule is one of 34 deregulatory we don't like regulate. We want to deregulate. Is it? We don't like we don't like to all this. We want to deregulate. We don't like all of this regulate all of this regulation. We hate all of this regulation. We want to deregulate all of this. Everything we want deregulation. We need to deregulate. Isn't that what the Republicans always want? Deregulation? Yes, they always want to deregulate everything. So they want to deregulate guns. Isn't that what they always tell you? How deregulation is good? Okay, under the ATF guidelines and rules would enable licensed firearm dealers to ship guns directly to in-state residents following identity verification and background checks. The ATF rules is one of proposals issued by the agency in response to a February 2025 White House executive order to ease public access to guns. Isn't that what we all need? Isn't that what we all need? Except in Chicago, except in these black neighborhoods. Well, why don't black neighborhoods need the ease of getting access to guns as well? If all of you white people are going to have the ease of getting access to guns, shouldn't black neighborhoods have the ease of getting access to guns as well? Aren't we Americans as well? Why are you going to make it hard for us to get ease to guns? Are you going to be delivering to the inner cities of Chicago? You should. Give us some ease. We're tired of buying out of car trunks. We're tired of buying out of from straw sales. Deliver our guns to us and to our homes, to our home addresses. Why we got to go through all of this? Thank you for this executive order. Thank you, Donald. To ease public access to drones, critics voiced their concerns. Those who are critical of this potential rule say the new gun regulation could drive a significant increase in online gun sales, while adding that public safety is at risk, as is the survival of local gun shops. Trump Jr., who holds over 300,000 shares in a grab a gun, isn't that a catchy tone? Isn't that a catchy a name for a company? Grab a gun, valued at more than $700,000, stands to benefit from the ruling. Of course he does. Why make a ruling if your family members don't gain to value from it, benefit from it? Even with the most robust virtual sales and background checks process, there's no way for a gun store that is selling a gun over the internet to know if the person is making the purchase is funneling the firearms to others. Anissa McMillan, a spokesperson for Guilford's, is a gun control advocacy group, said in a statement, as reported by Rutgers. Trump family spokesperson Andrew Serbian said Trump Jr. is not involved in the ATF proposal. Don is a lifelong businessman, and isn't it peculiar? Don Jr. is a motherfucking businessman in all types of business. But when it comes down to any part of the business that he can be held liable and sued about, he ain't, he not about that part of the business. He's not in that part of the business. He just put money in the business to keep the businesses afloat. But that part of the business, he not in that part of the business. He is not involved in the ATF proposal. Don is a lifelong businessman and a vocal advocate of our Second Amendment rights. Serbian said in a statement shared with workers. He does not interfere with the federal government as part of his role with any company that he invests in or advise, and has zero involvement with this particular decision. While company CEO Mark Niemann said neither he nor Trump Jr. were aware of the ATF regulatory proposal. Of course they aren't. Arbab Ghani cited the proposal rule for in a May 13 company press release. The ATF has proposed amendments that could allow remote firearm transfers with secure identity verification and direct-to-home delivery under a approved framework. And we believe that Grab a Gun is uniquely positioned to capitalize on this potential opportunity, Natami stated. Do you want this link? This link is going to be in my description box. Did you know you can just grab a gun? I'll put this in the description box under grab a gun. Grab a Trump gun. It's only right. It's only right that I put the Trump name in it, since they want you to just grab a gun. I'm gonna put this in my description box under just grab a Trump gun. If you didn't know about that, now you know. Do you know? Is there anything else? Okay. Now let's see what else I have for you. I think is that all that I have for you? I want to share with you how they shot the wrong. Did I share with you how they shot the wrong person? They absolutely did not. No, Don Lemon has something good. Let me show you how. Let me see. I shot the wrong. If I think I. Wrong person targeted. Let me see. Let me see. They lied, and of course they said he tried to strike their vehicle and all of that. Blah 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 blah. Let me see if I can find that story again. He was trying to run over the officer. All of this same old bullshit. Now, this is after combing through all of the video.
Moment passing by where someone is not surrounding it. Now, new video that we obtained tonight is showing the clearest look yet at what led up to his final moments. New surveillance video obtained by KPRC2 is giving a closer look of the moments leading up to Lorenzo Salgado Araujo's death. Just an hour before,
my dad got dressed, grabbed his lunch and coffee.
Home surveillance video from his son Ronaldo shows him getting ready for work and hopping into his white van.
He just wanted to live a life, a simple life of work and family, and that got taken away from us.
Ronaldo telling NBC News he's demanding answers. Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia stating on Thursday Lorenzo Salgado Araujo was not the person ICE was looking for.
Looks like they struck the van.
I showed surveillance footage and video of the shooting aftermath to former Secret Service agent Mike Matrenga.
It's really hard to determine, if the use of force that was applied was justified.
This video appears to show the white van making a sharp left turn and hopping a curb from Wayside Drive onto Canal Street. It appears an unmarked black SUV follows closely behind it, then goes around the van in a construction zone, entering the oncoming lane of traffic. This is video from a neighbor capturing the moments that SUV is about to bypass the van. Then this video appears to show another SUV moving in on the van. Then all vehicles appear to spin around, and it appears an ICE agent is pulling someone from the passenger side out of the van. Houston Fire Department telling us Lorenzo Salgado Araujo was shot in the right side of his abdomen.
There's going to have to be some pretty good clear indication and explanation of why this individual was shot from the passenger side on the right side.
KPRC2's drone showing one of the agents ran over a construction cone while the FBI collects evidence. This comes as Department of Homeland Security officials say no ICE agents were wearing body cam. His son saying in his last moments, they believe he feared for his life.
It was scared more than anything.
Now, I did reach out to DHS to ask which side of the van the ICE agent fired his shot from. I'm still waiting to hear back, but of course, I'll keep you all updated. We're live in Magnolia Park tonight. Jaewon Jung, KPRC 2 News.
All right.
Now, this is the Nolan Wales murder. Now, he went out with all of these white boys, and now all of these rich white boys have nothing to say. There are no statements made from these rich white boys, or one whose stepmother is a judge. All of their social media pages were taken down, and the judge, she put her page back. She took her page down, took it back, put it back up, and talked about how they've known Nolan all of their lives, and they took their page down because of the temperature of how things are, and they basically said a whole lot of nothing. How she graduated with his mother, and how they loved him, and this, that, and the other. But nothing about why he was left on the island. Nothing, a whole lot of nothing. So this is supposed to be some update. Now, we do understand that Benjamin Trump, who is not a criminal prosecutor, is now Nolan's family attorney. He is. There is a press conference on Don Lemon's channel with Benjamin Trump and the Nolan's family members. If you have not checked that out, I have not seen it as of yet, but this says that a video is circulating. You can hear arguing from a group. Well, we already know about this. We already know about this argument.
Simple. They don't have as many protocols, as many permissions to all across the Gulf Coast that same afternoon. Around 3 p.m., Nolan was last seen on the north end of the island, and according to reporting, he was talking to a girl he'd met out there that day. At that point, his friends were getting ready to head back to the mainland, and Nolan told them he'd stay. Now, I want to slow down here for a second, because this is the hinge point of this whole case. This is the moment everything after it is built on. A group of friends, a boat, a holiday, and one decision made in an ordinary moment that ended up changing everything. At the time, nobody thought anything of it. That's important to understand. This wasn't some dramatic goodbye. It wasn't a fight, as far as anybody's told us. It was just a group of young guys at the beach on a hot day, and one of them deciding to stay a little longer. How many times has that happened? At a lake, at a beach, anywhere, and it's nothing. It's just a normal Tuesday, a normal Saturday.
I don't like the way this man is framing it. There was an argument. Let me see. Now,
a lively holiday atmosphere
the
on
thing,
foreign.
the thing about this, the event happened on the 4th of July. They found his body on that Monday. They were searching for him on that Sunday. They found his body in the water on that Monday. But if he was left on the island Saturday at around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, they found his body Sunday morning. The thing that they said that was peculiar about his body being in the water, his body was not waterlogged, which means that it did not appear that his body had been in the water for an extended period of time, that his body was waterlogged, full of water. So there is that. Let me see what we can get from this, if anything. I don't know. I'm not going to search around. There's talks about deleted text messages from his phone, but we know that we can get the deleted text messages back. So there's that.
All right, so we got to talk about what's going on in China, as we got some really interesting news coming out of there today. This is the headline: China lands reusable rocket for the first time, state media says. Okay, and you probably figure out where this is going. It's a challenge to SpaceX. China takes a page from SpaceX and recaptures the first stage of a rocket to reuse it. And this is a photo of what it looks like there. And we'll actually watch the video together here. And again, this is China doing a rocket, reusable. It says, Hainan, China. China successfully launched the Long March 10B carrier rocket at the Wencheng spacecraft launch site, China's Hainan, on July 10th. The rocket sent the payload into the preset orbit. 6 minutes later, after separation, the rocket's first and second stages. The first stage return was successfully captured on a seaborne platform via net capture system. Both the launch and the first stage recovery were successfully completed. This mission marked China's first successful or controlled recovery of a carrier rocket's first stage. Okay, so that's what it is right there. So this is actually pretty big news over in China, of course, and it's now just hitting the international news. And again, a challenge to SpaceX. I want to go through some of these posts because it's actually fascinating to read this stuff, and it's a different perspective than you may hear in the USA. So this person says, SpaceX was supposed to be America's sacred crown jewel. Okay. The symbol of American innovation, right? Elon Musk, etc. The proof that only the US could define the future of reusable rockets. The technological altar where Silicon Valley, Wall Street, and Washington all worship together. And now China has successfully completed its first controlled recovery, right? Talking about the Long March 10B. Not copying the American landing pad model, not by repeating SpaceX path. China used a sea-based net capture system, a different technical route. China's solution built for its own launch architecture. Okay, this is why it matters. China is not just entering reusable rocketry, China's entering in with its own method. For years, the West comforted itself with one myth. China can manufacture, but the Americans still owns the frontier, right? The idea, Americans say, we're the creative ones, we have the IP, and China, you're the factory of the world, that kind of thing. And it's funny about the Trumpy stuff is like the Trumpy voters, right, want to turn USA into the factory of the world.
SpaceX my ass. SpaceX my ass.
Apparently. and Trump wants to destroy education, right? So then for America becomes a bunch of factory workers. It's kind of the idea. So it's kind of interesting if you just hear a different point of view on this, right? How that plays out. EVs broke that myth, right? Chinese EVs are doing really.
And your president tells you that American students are not smart enough to go to the best American colleges. Therefore, he must have Chinese students to come to go to American colleges. So what do you think? What do you think? As Elon Musk, an immigrant from South Africa, who did the Hail Hitler pose at the inauguration after Trump was elected into office, and all the mass media pretended as if they didn't understand what that was that they saw. Everybody was jaw jerking and acting as if they didn't understand what that was. Everyone, even all of these all of the people who are love Israel so much, pretended like they didn't even understand or what that Heil Hitler signal that Elon Musk gave, because he's rich. Child, y'all crazy. Y'all are absolutely crazy.
Really well, as you guys know. Solar broke that myth, right? China's solar doing well as well. Shipbuilding broke that myth, and actually Chinese shipbuilding is huge. The only other countries really are Japan and Korea in that thing, and we talk about this a lot because that was one of the things that the U.S. needed help from Korea in particularly. AI began breaking that myth. That's the whole DeepSeek thing. So you get the idea what's going on here. Now reusable rockets are breaking it too. SpaceX may still be ahead, right? So that's true. But the crown is no longer untouchable. China did not need permission to reach orbit. China did not pause to recover the booster. It just built, tested, failed, learned, and came back again. And for me, it's hard to explain. I'm American, but I was born in Vietnam. I live here in Korea. I lived in China, Japan, Vietnam. I've lived all over the place, and I like to see lots of different types of ways of solving problems and different points of view. And one of the things that is always difficult when you visit the USA, if you've traveled, sometimes the Americans think that the USA is the only planet or the only country on the planet. It's just not true. And I always hate to break it to Americans in the MAGA that there are other countries out there, there are other brands out there other than your Fords and your Chevys. And you might be surprised that other car brands are pretty good. You might be surprised that other people in other countries can be pretty creative, can be hard workers, can do all sorts.
Okay, that link is in my description box. All of the links that I shared with you today, you can find them in my description box. We are back at war. Thank you all for joining me today. Let me make sure there are no more new things that I have come out today. Let me
right, same ways.
Let me make sure there's no more new things that came out before I leave you guys today. Hold on. Let me see. This is trash. I know that dude, and that dude is not a fan of Elon. Just the opposite. This is trash. What are you talking about? This is trash. What is this? What this are you speaking of? Who is a fan of Elon? Who should be a fan of a erratic drug dealer that steals all of his ideas from everyone else? Who should be a fan of Elon? I don't understand what you're talking about. You have to be more concise in what you're talking about.
The final exam to an in-person exam, 22 out of the 40 who scored. Brown University may have the largest AI cheating scandal in Ivy League history. Brown University professor Robert Serrano is calling it out in his classroom. And here's how this professor found out. According to WPRI, 40 out of the 86 people in his classroom scored perfect scores on a midterm exam that he gave out in March. When he moved the final exam to an in-person exam, 22 out of the 40 who scored perfect scores on the midterm just didn't show up. Of the 59 people who showed up to the final exam, 19 of them completely failed. The average went from a 96 on the midterm to just a 48 on the in-person final. The midterm was a take-home midterm. The final was an in-person final. Professor Serrano says that cheaters used AI to score high marks on the midterm exam in what could be the largest AI cheating scandal in Ivy League history. So what did the professor do? He voided the midterm and made the final 80% of the students grade. Let me know what you think. Spread the word. Follow along, stay up to date on all the news you need to know.
Good. As he should have. As he should have. And people are doing this in their jobs as well. As he should have. People are using AI in their actual professions as well. rewarding losers, rewarding a bunch of dummies. Ugh. Oh my God. Now, let's talk about the Tyler Robinson case. I cannot believe what's going on in this Tyler Robinson case. They are putting on a case, and they have Charlie Kirk parents showing up. Who's not showing up with the parents? Who has to show up with personal security, as if they are some celebrity something? Erica Kirk has to show up with personal security. Who has to show up as well? Don Jr. has to show up with Secret Service security and all of this extra bullshit. As if this wasn't some regular racist ass motherfucker that ran his mouth too much about bullshit and dumb shit. As if this wasn't just a regular white nationalist that was spreading hate across the country. So they are really trying this shit. They have his boyfriend show up. Now, this is not the trial. This is them putting forth their case to show if this should even go to trial. Now, understand that this is a death sentence case. That they are putting this on as a. This man is going to be on up for the death sentence, and they have all of these pictures of all of these video cameras captures of this alleged Tyler Robinson, and none of the thousands of pictures that they have of this Tyler Robinson look like Tyler Robinson. None of the pictures they have, you can see this man's face. None of them looks like Tyler Robinson. But then they got the icing on the cake. Here they have the person that you've been waiting on. They have his secret lover, his roommate. They're gonna put him on the stand. Or are they? No, they're gonna show you the video interview with him. And you know what? He's not gonna even be in the courtroom. They're gonna show you the videotape, and his defense team is not going to be able to cross-examine him. And thing about Tyler Robinson defense team. Tyler Robinson's defense team kind of reminds me of the defense team for Carmelo Anthony. It doesn't seem like his defense team is doing any defense of him. Because how in the fuck are you going to have this man who's supposed to be his lover, who's supposed to know every curve in his motherfucking dick, come sit up there and tell you, is this Tyler Robinson? Well, I can't say 100%, but it kind of looks like him. When they're showing a video that's supposed to be him, when you can clearly see that this ain't the same man. When you can clearly see that this ain't Tyler Robinson. And it's supposed to be his lover. Talking about he first saw the note that he wrote, that he did it, and he found it under his computer pad. And what did you do with the note when you saw it? Well, I put it back on his computer desk after I took a picture of it. Well, how many times do you, living with your significant other, see a note that they wrote you and you take a picture of it and put it back down? When in the life of living your life with your significant other did you find a note that they wrote you and you take a picture of it and put it back down? Or when in the life of living do you do that type of shit? I'm just curious. When in living does that happen in your life? I'm dumbfounded. I'm dumbfounded. Let's watch a little bit of Sabby Sab. Let's watch a little Sabby Sab. Let's get into a little Sabby Sab, shall we? If you guys didn't watch Sabby Sab last night, I watched a little bit of Sabby Sab. Lance Twig is his name. That shit was the biggest bunch of bullshit I have ever seen in my life. Go over there and join Sabby Sab and watch this shit. Another thing I did not know. Why is it that Ben Shapiro came out and said that during the time that Charlie Kirk security had Charlie Kirk in the van rushing him to the hospital, Charlie Kirk security was also on the phone with Ben Shapiro's security? So you are Charlie Kirk's security. What the fuck are you calling Ben Shapiro the perfect Jew boy security for? Now they already think that this was some type of Israeli attack on Charlie Kirk because Charlie Kirk was not doing the bidding of Benjamin Netanyahu. You mean to tell me that Ben Shapiro came out and gave up the ghost that Charlie Kirk security was on the phone with his security at the same time that Charlie Kirk was bleeding out in the van, that they decided to take Charlie Kirk to the hospital to, instead of calling an ambulance out to stop the bleeding, to get Charlie Kirk to the hospital. And Sabby Sab also said something interesting as well. Yeah, just because one shot hit Charlie Kirk in the throat and they decided to drive him to the hospital, she found it very peculiar, and I find it peculiar as well, that that was one bullet that they knew. They didn't know anything about where the shooter was after that one shot. But somebody found it safe enough to go to the camera and take the SD card out of the camera. They didn't know if the shooter was still around, still taking aim at people, but somebody felt safe enough to go to the SD card, to the camera, and take the SD card out of the camera. And when all of the footage that the police got from their cameras, Charlie Kirk's equipment, they never got the SD card. They only got what Charlie Kirk's people decided to give them. They don't, to this day, the FBI, all of the government officials, none of them have the SD cards out of Charlie Kirk's equipment. They got what the security decided to give them, whatever it is that they decided to give them. That's what they got. When have you ever heard of that type of shit? And they want to lay this motherfucker at stake. And they want to give him all of these commemorative medals and all of this shit. And they ain't even did a thorough investigation on this shit. Let's get into this.
We got to talk about some things. But before we get to Lance, let's just flash back to something Ben Shapiro just said recently about what happened on that day of Charlie Kirk's assassination. Many people are pointing this out, including Candace Owens, who I believe is on break right now. Breaking news, Ben Shapiro just confessed on his show that while Charlie was being transported to the hospital and bleeding out to death, his security was on the phone with Charlie's security receiving updates. Let's fast forward to Ben Shapiro saying that here.
So I remember where I was when all this was happening. I was in Los Angeles. I had sort of a breakfast/lunch meeting with somebody. And I got the news that Charlie had been shot, and my security was on the phone with Charlie's security because nobody knew what the hell was going on. Well, Charlie was still in the back of the car, and we were sort of getting updates along the way.
Huh? So while Charlie Kirk, after Charlie Kirk was, allegedly shot, the security was on the phone with Ben Shapiro's security. This is weird. Now, he does respond to this, but let's just hear this again while he was having his brunch or breakfast/lunch meeting, which is basically brunch.
Breakfast/lunch meeting with somebody. And I got the news that Charlie had been shot, and my security.
Who's the somebody? You don't remember with somebody? Who? With whom? Okay, we're going to move forward. We're going to move forward on this. I can't stand this person.
Is behind this.
I don't
think
Tyler Robinson was there.
You don't think he was there?
I think he's a total patsy. I think they get lookalikes and they got everybody wearing up.
Candace Owens did have a great point. She went through it. I got to give it to her. I got to give it to her. She went through that audience and she showed you the number of fucking people who had on baseball caps, burgundy shirts, and white pants. The number of people all throughout that audience who had on the uniform.
But I think he played a role, and I believe that what he did was he picked up clothes and he dumped them behind the Dairy Queen. I think he had a role, but I do not believe that Tyler Robinson is the person who was walking in that staircase. I do not believe the person walking in the staircase was even the person that we saw running off of the roof. I don't even know what day that person was running off the roof.
But every time I watch an exchange, like
now, the thing about it, it was 2025. Do you understand that strangely enough, the police officer that accosted the alleged shooter on the roof, strangely enough, his body camera went off. He said the battery died, and he has no picture of him. And strangely enough, in 2025, that picture of the camera that caught the man running off the roof and jumping down, and all of a sudden the camera moved and followed him as he ran across the yard. And what else is so strange about it? That they told you that he took the gun apart on the roof, and he left the screwdriver on top of the roof. But when they found the gun was put together down on the ground. But he left the screwdriver on the roof. But the strangest thing about all of this shit is 98 and 95 and 91% of the DNA on all of the towels that was left on the roof and all of the shit, 98 and 91 and 95% of the DNA that is on all of the shit is of the roommates. the roommate, that they are not allowing the defense attorney to cross-examine. That's whose DNA is on all of this shit. The roommate who is putting all of this together, the roommate who is telling you, I'm pretty sure, I can't say 100% that is him, but yeah, that is him. The roommate has said, yeah, who's telling you, yeah, he confessed to me, yeah, he told me that is him. Yes, I found the note, and after I took a picture of the note, I put it back down. Yes, this is the person who's 98%, 95%. The DNA is his. Now, this is some bullshit. This is some real bullshit. So, let's continue. Let's get beyond this bastard.
Person walking around campus, not Tyler Robinson. What do you think? So let's look at the pictures, folks. Now, remember, the police said these pictures were enhanced. Now, I don't know if this is Lance or not, but they took a picture of Lance and put it side by side to try to show you who it could be. Now, hold on to this because we're going to come back to another claim. I don't know for certain that this is Lance that is pictured here in the stairwell. I can't say for certain I know that, but it doesn't look like that's Tyler Robinson. I'm gonna give you a close-up to show you another angle. Here's another one. Why is Tyler Robinson's hair different in every picture they release? Look at the pictures. Look at the back of the hair. Remember, there were a number of people that were wearing maroon shirts that day at that event. But look at the back of the hair. Here's one here. Here's one in the middle. And then look at the one on the right, okay? So did Tyler Robinson's hair in the back grow that quickly in one day? This is what I was saying before. These things don't make any sense, all right? That's another angle to look at. Here's another one. The dipster said, yep, that's Tyler in a maroon shirt. It's clear as day. Now, honestly, are these cameras from the 1980s? So again, look at this picture. You can't even see the person's face. Now, I just point this out because I just tell you, we got flock cameras around in different cities. We talked about the flock cameras. The flock cameras are producing
You can never see the face. And this is what they're showing in court to bring determine if they can bring this case to court. This is what they're presenting in court. This is what they're presenting in court. He's limping on this right leg, and then when he gets to the top of the stairs, he's limping on the other leg. This is what they're presenting in court.
He's wearing the sunglasses. I don't think I'd specifically seen him wearing that hat, but he was usually wearing a hat, and then jeans. So,
okay, Lance Twiggs.
I wouldn't say it with 100% certainty, just because of camera quality.
To that.
Now they're asking his lover. Is this your lover? Is this Tyler Robinson? Listen to what he says.
Here's another one. Lance Twiggs at the hearing today could not 100%, couldn't say with a certainty 100% that was Tyler Robinson. Listen to this.
Do you recognize the person in these images? I wouldn't say it with 100% certainty, just because of camera quality, but that looks like him in terms of the shoes he's wearing, the sunglasses. I don't think I'd specifically seen him wearing that hat, but he was usually wearing a hat, and then jeans. So,
okay.
I don't think I can say 100% sure with the hat and the jeans, and I don't think I remember him. I can't 100% say. I've never seen that hat before with the shoes and the jeans. So just show me anybody. I can't identify the hat, the face, with the shoes and the jeans. So of course, yeah, that's him. Get the fuck out of my face. And I'm pretty sure the judge is going to come back and say there's no jury in the room. I'm pretty sure the judge is going to say, yeah, you can bring this slop to court and put a man's life on the line behind this slop.
Lance Twiggs said that Tyler Robinson, they can't say 100% that is him. But they did say, well, it kind of looks like him. I'm not familiar with the hat that he has on, but, you know, the shoes and jeans. What? According to the report,
now, how come Tyler Robinson's attorney did not do this? These are a regular smuggler, a sleuth who went to where they are claiming to have pictures of this alleged Tyler Robinson. And notice how the regular smuggler sleuth of their camera is very clear. Notice how what they're presenting in court, you cannot see Tyler Robinson's face mysteriously. Notice how their camera is always blurry, where you can't see Tyler Robinson's face. It's always something blurry about it, kind of like my photography a teacher in high school. When he got ready to grade my pictures, he says, you know, he used to tell me, you know what, my eyes always seems to get blurry when I have to grade your pictures, because I used to always be a little bit off focus when he had to grade my pictures. He said my eyes always get a little blurry when I grade your pictures, but I'm gonna give you an A anyway. Always, you see all the blurriness. Now, how come his defense attorney didn't do this little test? They have him standing right here, and how come they didn't measure where he was in the aspect of all of the markings on this wall? See, they want to tell you that this is Tyler Robinson. Well, if this is Tyler Robinson, this man is over 6 feet tall. Tyler Robinson is allegedly 5'10", which would be this man. But the defense attorney did none of this. Your FBI, led by Cockeyed Patel, did none of this. Regular smuggler Joes did this.
So they made a marker to show the height size. They went back to that campus at the same spot where that camera captured Tyler Robinson. According to the report, Tyler Robinson is 5'10". The guy here, as you can see, they mark 5'11" right here, 5'11". This guy, according to the marking, that would put him at 6 feet tall. I'll show you how they did it. They have another video here just to show you how they did it. Check it out.
To get the bottom so people know we're going through. This is 5'10".
5'10", let me be sure.
All the way down at the bottom.
Yep, I got it. Okay, and we're gonna do the camera right in front of where that camera is so we can get exactly where Tyler Robinson was. All right, there you go. I'd be really happy about that.
Sorry, you.
Put the cameras.
Yeah, light it up with the lens.
That's perfect.
Right
That's
there?
perfect. Yep.
So do you see what they did? They put the camera at the exact spot that it was where it captured who they said was Tyler Robinson. So now you'll see here.
I say back a little more. There.
Will you hold that for us so she can.
So do you see how They put the tape there so they know where the marking is supposed to be. So Tyler Robinson is 5'10". 5'10". Now we'll go back and we'll look at this picture here. 6 feet tall. Did Tyler Robinson shrink after this or something? What is going on? And like, yeah, he has on shoes, but if you're 5'10", those sneakers, it's not like he's wearing platforms, are not going to make you 6 foot tall.
Yeah, this is a lot of bullshit. So go over there and watch Sabby Sab break all of this down. There's a lot more to this to be broken down. If you want to watch all of this, is under in my description box under Kirk Jerk Around, because they are definitely jerking people around under this Charlie Kirk case. Let me they are let me see. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Let me see if they've gone live yet. Yeah, they're doing this hearing right now. Let me see. Let me see what they're talking about. See who's lying now. This attorney for Charlie Kirk is horrid. The judge is horrible. Let's see what we're doing. Let's see what we're doing with this shit. This judge is trash, in my opinion.
Before we get started, is that correct? Mr. Novak.
Thank you, Your Honor, and good morning. I passed up to the court after providing copies of it to counsel for the state and counsel for the media, a single piece of paper. Does the court have that?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Novak.
Thank you, Your Honor. So every morning, this court has a colloquy with the camera operators about their ability to comply with this court's orders. And they acknowledge that they understand the order and that they can comply with it. And the court asks them if they have any problem with it, and they state to the court that they do not have a problem with it. We also spent many, many, many hours of court time addressing which exhibits will and will not be published through the electronic media. And this exhibit, the court ordered would not be published through the electronic media, and it was. And without belaboring the point, the court can imagine our concern that the media and the state who control this exhibit and the publication of this exhibit in the courtroom as per the court's orders failed to comply with this court's orders after all of the effort that we made and the court made to make sure that the court balanced everybody's rights, including the rights that we're concerned about, which are Mr. Robinson's. No doubt the counsel for the media and counsel for the state will say that it was a very, very brief mistake, that it was corrected as soon as they realized the error, but it's done. It's out there, it's photographed. I'm informed secondhand that if I want to buy this image and maybe even have it framed and put behind museum quality glass, I can do so and put it up in my office. Obviously, I'm not going to do that. But my point is, it doesn't matter how long the court's order was violated. When we live in an electronic world, it's done and it's permanent. And we just wanted the record to be clear that we're concerned that the court's orders have been violated, and they've been violated with respect to an order that was specifically designed to protect Mr. Robinson's right to a fair trial. And I don't want to belabor the point any further. I'm also not going to refer to the exhibit with any more specificity because it's not necessary.
Is there a requested remedy or potential sanction that you feel is warranted given the actions which you have outlined this morning?
I think that we would like to think, when I say we, I mean Mr. Robinson's counsel, about that. We have, as the court knows, repeatedly asked this court, moved this court, not to have electronic broadcast of this proceeding, of any of the proceedings, and specifically this proceeding. The court denied those motions and overruled our objections to the specific EMC requests. So I think it's a little premature, but I can represent to the court that we will suggest a remedy in advance of the next hearing.
Well, Mr. Novak, I appreciate that, but I would ask that if it is something that is concerning, that it be addressed immediately. So I'm not going to wait until this. I recognize and appreciate what you have described, and this was on my mind a lot last night as well.
Okay.
I don't want to sit on this. So I ask you respectfully to confer with your counsel and come up with that, because I want to address it. I agree. It is concerning and it warrants examination and to be addressed immediately, especially as we have a little bit left of our preliminary hearing. So I want to give it the weight it is needed, and I don't disagree with you.
Then why don't we take the court's indulgence? We don't need to empty the courtroom. We can go talk about what we think an appropriate measured sanction would be, and we can bring that suggestion back to the court in a few minutes.
All right. Well, before we do that, I want to turn to the state and to the media to address what you've addressed. And then obviously if there's a part two, then therefore.
And I appreciate the invitation.
Oh,
I also
God.
appreciate the court's desire to address the consequences.
Or I do want to say, this exhibit was read into the record. It was allowed to be read into the record earlier. It is also in an earlier pleading, which is the information. This portion of that exhibit, I understand, is in the information. And it is largely cumulative of Exhibit 16 and 16.1, which were previously admitted into evidence and published to the media. Finally, we are going to be dealing with a lot of publicity when it comes to media coverage, and I think that's really where the remedy is going to be addressed. I understand there may be a remedy that can be fashioned today to prevent this kind of thing going forward or going on in the future in this hearing, but I think ultimately that's where this will be addressed.
Well, not at this time. I will afford you the opportunity, obviously, to respond when the defense comes back. I want to weigh this.
Oh, get out of here.
Right? In that case, though, that was authorized. So the camera then panned to the screen, which is set up specifically for the camera operator. But he gets the right to say, well.
Requested by the parties that I am ready for. All right.
Get your shit together. Get on with the trial. What the fuck is this? Go wash your hair. Oh, greasy head ass sitting up in the camera. Let's see what this is. Today, anybody?
Mr. Novak, turning to you. And perhaps before you begin, let me go ahead and make a record of what I noted that is at issue. And after I put this on the record, certainly if either side wishes to be heard about the court's understanding, I welcome your comments. Exhibit 24 was displayed on the monitor visible to the media camera. Exhibit 16 was displayed on all monitors and appeared on the live stream for approximately 3.5 seconds. The camera operator redirected camera before any party called attention to the display of Exhibit 16. Approximately 16 seconds later, the court observed the image and stated, "Let me stop you, Mr. McBride. I'm not sure. Is this being broadcast?" Mr. McBride responded, "Let's take that down." The full text of Exhibit 16 had previously been made public through a search warrant that was publicly available on or before April 2026. The portion displayed on the monitors did not contain the full note and consisted of approximately 78 words. Approximately 15 of those words were included in the information filed on September 16, 2026. In addition, the full note was read into the record during the preliminary hearing. The court previously ordered that Exhibit 16 be admitted into evidence and permitted its display within the courtroom, but prohibited its publication through the camera used for the live stream. And that concludes the findings of the court as it relates to this issue.
So I should be able to go back through the live stream on yesterday and see what the fuck they talking about.
Do the parties wish to be heard before we go into what you're requesting about the record on what occurred?
Your Honor, your recitation is accurate. My earlier comments were based on my memory of reviewing this last night. In the recess, I reviewed the feed again, and what you have said today is accurate.
Thank you. Mr. Novak, any?
No, Your Honor, I don't take issue with the court's factual summary.
All right. Turning to you, Mr. Novak.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're going to renew our request to exclude all electronic media coverage from all future proceedings. That was our motion docketed at number 305, and that included video cameras, still photography, and audio. This is the second time that the court's orders concerning the scope of electronic media coverage have been violated. I'm a baseball fan, and I just don't think the court needs to wait for the third strike. 2 strikes is enough. If I may, the alternative remedy.
You think Erica Kirk gonna let you hold and not allow media coverage to be in her husband case? What the fuck do you think she's gonna do with all of these pent up fake ass tears that she have? This is the performance of her lifetime she's about to put on. Do you think that Erica Kirk is going to allow you not to let her put on the show of a lifetime of her in all of this, these made up overdrawn eyes, this JD Vance overdrawn eyeliner and all of these fake tears? Are you kidding me?
Which we think is not wholly adequate, which is why we think it's an alternative and a less desirable alternative, is for this court to both reverse its prior order authorizing electronic media coverage of today's hearing, which we had previously filed an objection to after the court, I would say preliminarily granted the requests for today. That was sort of the chain of events. And that the court proactively preclude electronic media coverage at the last day of the preliminary hearing, which will be September 1st.
Never.
Now, I understand that there has
Never.
not been a request for electronic media coverage on
Judge,
September 1st.
never.
But there is no doubt that there will be, just as this court previously observed that it wasn't prepared to preclude electronic media coverage at the preliminary hearing because there had not been
Never, Judge.
requests. There were requests, and those that were timely were
Judge,
all granted.
Charlie would
The
want
court
this.
denied one request because it was
Charlie would want it,
timely
Judge.
for one particular day.
Charlie
So,
would want this scene,
I
Judge.
guess the way it would be is any request for electronic media coverage of
Charlie
September
would
1st
want cameras to be,
will be denied
showing this,
because
Judge.
that's the appropriate sanction.
This is what
for
Charlie would
happened
want.
yesterday. The fact that the content of the exhibit was previously summarized by the state in certain documents which became public because the state didn't take any actions to seal them beyond the 6-month period. The fact that the contents of the exhibit were read in open court is not the issue. The issue is when the court issues an order, everybody must comply with it, and there are reasons for the order. And the reasons, as this court stated, are to protect Mr. Robinson's right to a fair trial. So no doubt.
But
that
what
the
about
court
what
balanced
Charlie would
those
want?
prior, ways in which the content of this exhibit had already been disclosed when the court decided that there would not be electronic media coverage. That's a fact that we have all known of that exhibit. That's a fact that we've all been aware of as we've gone along. So to summarize,
But Charlie is the prince of all media.
and then I
He's Howard Stern, Jr., the prince of all media.
will stop because I know we still have a witness here, and of course the court needs to hear from the state and counsel for the media, I suspect, is we would like the court to reconsider its order denying motion 305 and grant it for the balance of all of the proceedings in this matter, or as an alternative, the court prohibit any further electronic media coverage of the preliminary hearing, which includes September 1st.
Thank you, Mr. Novak.
Thank you very, very much.
Turning to the state and then to the media.
Yes, Your Honor. As to the remedy, we've heard of instances where the media has been able to delay publication of the recordings of the proceedings. We've heard of instances where that has been a short delay of like 30 seconds.
Let's get to the decision.
And as my practice, I don't like to rush or make snap decisions, and I want to give this the full analysis that it's due. So thank you again for your patience.
You just said, oh, well, let's get to this. I don't want to leave it until another day. We should get to this right now. You rushed them to talk about it. Now you don't want to be rushing when it's time for you to make your decision about them, but you rushed them to talk about it just now. Yeah, if you have some concerns, you need to talk to me about it right now. I don't want to sit on this. I don't want to wait on it. They had to talk about it right now. But now when it's time for you to make your decision about it, now you don't want to rush. Is that what we're doing? Judge, shut the fuck up. This goddamn bullshit. This judge ain't shit, in my opinion. This is gonna be he gonna be bringing out Judge Ito clocks before this trial is over with.
The court will issue its ruling on the request by defense.
He gonna leave the cameras in.
The constitutional rights of Mr. Robinson and Ms. Kirk are paramount. Although transparency in judicial proceedings is a fundamental interest, it must be balanced against the constitutional rights of all parties.
Having considered the arguments presented by counsel and having reviewed the events that occurred yesterday, the court finds that its order prohibiting the publication or broadcast of Exhibit 16 by the media camera was violated. The court agrees with the defense this constituted a violation of the court's order. Compliance with court orders is essential in all proceedings and is of particular importance given the nature of these proceedings. With respect to defense's request as a sanction that the court reverse its ruling on defense motion 305, motion to exclude cameras, the request is respectfully denied. The analysis underlying the court's prior ruling remains unchanged, and the court adheres to its reasoning and conclusions. With respects to the defense's alternative request as a sanction to prohibit all cameras and electronic equipment from today's proceedings, thereby preventing the electronic capture of the proceedings for those inside and outside of the courtroom, the request is granted in part and denied in part. Effective immediately, members of the media shall no longer capture or broadcast any exhibits displayed by the parties during today's proceedings. The court finds this sanction to be proportional and appropriate in light of the violation of the court's prior order. The court reserves this sanction as it relates to September 1st. It is not before the court. There has not been a request for electronic media coverage, and the court won't issue a pre-ruling. When it becomes, that request has been filed and all the deadlines which the court has imposed in regards to the MC filing are in place, if motions are filed, the court will entertain motions in brief argument ahead of the September 1st hearing and address it at that time. This is the ruling of the court. Thank you. Turning to the defense, if you wish, you may call your next witness.
We would like the benefit of the record before we start taking evidence today.
Yes, Mr. Gernander, and I'll allow all parties, given the ruling of the court, briefly.
And I'll be brief, Judge. And this is in relation to the continued taking of evidence today. And I'll start my statement, Judge, with something that was very insightful that you said the other day.
Oh,
you mentioned
God.
that sometimes you need to take time to save time. Close. A reasonable inference regarding a portion of the prosecution's claim. But
that's why I hate
leave
watching
all the way-
court
that hearing
shit.
taking place, the state contacted us after over and the other experts and indicated over and the other experts. I'm not sure what was being requested by Mr. Grunlander. As I indicated to the court during the testimony of the last witness, we had discussion with the state prior to the start. We had a scheduled date for the court to rule on objections. And the purpose of that hearing was so that we wouldn't have to fly witnesses out from the East Coast if there was going to be a standing objection. Prior to that hearing taking place, the state contacted us after they had participated in interviews of Ms. Oliver and the other experts, and indicated to us, and we indicated to the court, that there was going to be no standing objection to the testimony of these witnesses. So if he's lodging a standing objection now, I think he's waived it, or he should be stopped from asserting it given the circumstances. I didn't hear that he was asserting that, and I intend to keep this next witness focused on the issue that I think is relevant, which is the state presented DNA reports through a non-expert. They selectively read into the record a portion of those reports, which left an extremely misleading impression of the significance of that evidence. So I have the author of the report here, and I'm going to hopefully educate the court on what the limitations are of the report, and that's it. I hope to be done with the witness by noon, direct and cross, and that will be the end of it.
All right, thank you, Mr. Burton. And before I have you call the witness, just want to make sure that the media,
DNA!
Well, I'm not sure if the media needs to be heard on Mr. Grunander's.
Get to the fucking DNA. Quit stalling shit.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Burt, you may call your next witness.
Thank you. Call Miss Oliver.
So, The state gave you part of the DNA evidence and misleading DNA evidence. Let's get to it.
Ms. Oliver, if you'd like to come forward and be sworn in.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in the case now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, ma'am, you may be seated. And there's a water bottle to your left if you wish. And after you're seated, if you wouldn't mind adjusting that microphone, bring it close to you to pick up your testimony from today. Mr. Burt, your witness.
Thank you. Could you tell us your name, please?
Caitlin Oliver, Oliver.
And Miss Oliver, could you bring that mic a little bit closer? So I want to make sure your voice is projected. Thank you. What do you do for a living?
I work for the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives as a DNA section chief.
And how long have you held that position?
I've been a section chief since January, and I've worked with the ATF for about 9 years. Prior to that, I was a forensic biologist.
And where were you a forensic biologist before you started to work for the ATF?
Prior to the ATF, I worked for Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office in New Orleans, Louisiana, as a DNA analyst and
New
a
Orleans.
quality manager.
Back in September of 2025, what were your duties and responsibilities?
I was a forensic biologist.
And do you recall that around September 11th, you received a request to do some DNA work at the request of the state of Utah?
Yes.
Could we display State's Exhibit 30, which is in evidence?
We can't even see that DNA evidence. Golly. That's kind of jacked up. All right, get with it. I cannot hear you. What's going on? Where's the microphone? That's not me. I was wondering why they so quiet. What the fuck going on with the sound? That's not me, you guys. I don't know what's going on with the sound. Oh, they ain't gonna let us hear. They slick. They don't want us to hear how the state misrepresented the DNA. They don't want you to hear how the state. This is diabolical. The state misrepresented the DNA, and he's going back to correct it. Now they got the sound off in the court, so you are not able to hear the corrections that she's given about the DNA. Ain't this some bullshit? That's all I'm able to get out of this. They better get this sound together.
That is my understanding of the court's ruling, yes.
It's displayed.
Let me see. Let me get back to some sound.
I just want to make sure that's covered.
Hold on.
I just want to interrupt.
As a postury support, for instance, the next scene.
All of that had no
This is
sound.
the next sample down.
All of that had no sound.
For instance, the next sample down.
Now we finally got
1.2,
sound.
Where the state read paragraph D, admitted paragraph F. You state in F, based on this calculation, there is evidentiary support for the inclusion of Tyler Robinson, correct? As a possible contributor.
Correct.
Mr. Burt, I just want to interrupt.
Sure.
I was made aware of a question about the media as it reflects this order.
Why are you interrupting about the motherfucking media? You ain't interrupt when the sound was off. Now he get going. Now you talking about the motherfucking media. This is some bullshit going on here. You see this shit? We're gonna go back to this is we're gonna check another channel and see if they did this on another channel as well. Let me exit this and see if they did this on all of the channels that has been covering this. Let me let's check this out. See what the fuck is going on with this bullshit. Court TV. Let me see. Court TV is on some bullshit. Let's see. Let me see. Let me see if I can get to that point.
Before you started to work for.
Let's see.
As it stands right now, yes, that's correct.
Correct? As a possible contributor.
I've been a section chief since January, and I've worked with the ATF for about 9 years. Prior to that, I was a forensic biologist.
Let's see if she gets it.
You started to work for the ATF.
Prior to the ATF, I worked for Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office in New Orleans, Louisiana, as a DNA analyst on the DNA quality unit.
Back in September of 2025, what were your duties and responsibilities?
I was a forensic biologist.
And do you recall that around September 11th, you received a request to do some DNA work at the request of the state of Utah?
Yes.
Could we display State's Exhibit 30, which is in evidence?
So this is when the sound went off. So he's obviously talking. Sound's gone off again here. She's obviously answering. And they obviously don't want you to see and hear what they're talking about. The cover-up has begun, in my opinion. Let's see how long this goes on.
instance, next sample down 1.2, where the state read paragraph D, admitted paragraph F, you state in F, based on this calculation, there is evidentiary support for the inclusion of Tyler Robinson, correct? As a possible contributor.
Correct.
Mr. Burt, I just want to interrupt.
Sure.
I was made aware of a question about the media as it reflects this order. So the question was whether audio could be transmitted, and my ruling covered the video display of any exhibits. And so I just want to make sure that's the understanding of all the parties, that the audio of your portion discussing evidence is that you understand that that's going to be captured by the camera and displayed, but not any exhibits displayed. Is that your understanding?
That is my understanding of the court's ruling, yes.
And to the state?
Yes.
And to the media?
Yes, Your Honor. There might be concern about the actual monitors, console table, and
Well, that's why I give my notation beginning of the morning that the parties are responsible to monitor their monitors, and that's there because they're entitled to view it, but they're responsible to ensure that the monitors, as the camera is picking up the courtroom, it's directed not to focus on the monitors, but inevitable capture may occur, and that's why that instruction is given.
Your Honor, Jeff Nye on behalf of the victims representative. We cannot see the court before we're sitting, so I don't know if there's a way for us to view the monitor.
I don't understand what you're saying.
It's not being published on this.
It's not being published on the monitor to the court's right.
Right, the order of the court based as a sanction is no exhibits will be displayed.
In the courtroom entirety?
As it stands right now, yes, that's correct. Okay, please approach the lectern.
Your Honor, it's just hard for the victim's family to be able to follow the evidence if everyone but the victim's family is able to view the exhibits here in court.
Thank you. I appreciate your concern. This monitor is not on either. So it's only the attorneys. The attorneys have a right to view what exhibits are being displayed, to make their motions, objections, and to see it. It is the court's discretion on what's displayed in the courtroom for publication, and the court issued a sanction given the events of yesterday, and that's the court's ruling.
Your Honor, I just asked the court to consider the victim has the right to be present, obviously, at the hearing. And the presence without being able to see the exhibits, again, it's our position, is not meaningful.
Thank you. I appreciate your concerns. Mr. Burke.
Could you redisplay exhibit 30, please? And again, while he's doing that, that same conclusion where you include the language, go back to that page, please, 5. Use the term, there is evidentiary support and possible contributor. I want to focus your attention on the words evidentiary support. We've had a prior witness testify that, from the FBI, testified that they use a scale and they characterize the support along the lines of strong. Are you familiar with that type of a scale?
Yes.
Does your agency employ that scale?
We can come to 5 conclusions at our agency. So there can either be exclusion, limited support for exclusion, uninformative, limited support for inclusion, and support for inclusion.
And I take it from what you just said, you don't use these qualifiers strongly. The word strongly include things of that nature.
Yes, we don't use a verbal scale at our laboratory.
Is that a scientific phrase when you talk about some, instead of saying that there's support for an inclusion, you instead say there is strong support for the conclusion?
So our laboratory doesn't use a verbal scale due to the fact that they add subjective words to the front of the word support. It is our stance that the likelihood ratio statistic number stands on its own. So we report the likelihood ratio and either support for inclusion or support for exclusion.
Thank you. Would you go to page 8 of the report and highlight the very top of the first 2 sentences? You included this language in your report, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you included this language in all 3 of your reports, referring to the conclusions conform with the relevant Department of Justice policy on uniform language.
That's correct.
Right. And why do you include that language in all 3 of your reports?
It's standard language for our reports. Our reports adhere to the DOJ Ultra statement.
Okay. And could you go now to Exhibit Oliver 4 for the witness only? Not admitted yet. Are you familiar with this document, the Department of Justice Uniform Language for Testimony and Reports for Forensic Autosomal DNA Examination using probabilistic genotyping systems?
Yes, I am.
Right. And would you go to page 4 of that document, please? And the court has heard some prior testimony about this Department of Justice directive. What is ATS? What is your understanding of what the qualifications and limitations are that are required by this policy of the Department of Justice? What are you not supposed to be saying in connection with the reports that you wrote in this case?
There's a few things that the Ultra document states. First, it states if you use a verbal scale, which we do not, then you need to use the one dictated in the document. This is in an effort to unify the language coming out of DOJ laboratories. It also says that we cannot state that our evidence is infallible, nor can we state that there is a inconclusive result.
Shall not state that it's infallible or have a 0 error rate, correct?
Correct.
It also states, does it not, that you shall not assert that a likelihood ratio of any magnitude provides an absolute identification or source attribution of an individual to an evidentiary sample.
Correct.
Are your reports in conformity with that? You're not stating or implying that anything you did here is asserting an absolute identification of someone as the source of any of the evidence that you examined, correct?
Correct. With forensic evidence, it's impossible to state with 100% certainty anything. That's why we report a likelihood ratio, to speak to that uncertainty with a statistic.
All right. And would you go to the next page of that document? This policy requires that you not state or use the expressions reasonable degree of scientific certainty, reasonable scientific certainty, or similar assertions of reasonable certainty. You didn't do that in any of your reports, correct?
Correct.
You're not asserting anything with respect to any reasonable degree of scientific certainty.
Correct.
Correct. Now, when you can take that down, when did you first receive the assignment in this case?
I would have to refer to my case record to know the exact date.
Do you have those in front of you?
I do not.
Okay, let me pull up Oliver 3 for the witness only. And go to the third page. Does that third page help refresh your memory on when you may have received this case?
Yes, on September 12th, 2025.
Okay. Is that when you first started doing work on the case, do you think?
Yes, it is.
Now, prior to doing work on the case, did you receive permission from someone to consume any samples in the case?
Yes, I did.
And could you go to page 15 of those case notes, please? Again, for the witness only. Do you recognize this email?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell me what the email is and what information it conveyed to you in connection with your examination?
Yeah, so it's standard procedure at our laboratory that when we receive a case, we request permission to consume from the agent. We request that they reach out to an attorney if one is assigned. In this case, we will not begin any work on the case until we've received that permission to consume. So this email is us receiving permission to consume the samples and move forward with testing.
Now, does your lab have a policy for preserving samples for independent testing by the defense?
Where possible, we will not consume samples where it's possible.
And that policy is a longstanding one, not only in your lab, but pretty much everywhere in forensic DNA analysis, right?
That's correct.
Goes back to 1996, does it not, when the National NRC recommended a policy that samples be split wherever possible at the front end of the analysis to allow for independent examination.
Where possible, yes, that's correct.
Right. And they did that because it was their conclusion, was it not, that a wrongfully accused person's best insurance against a possibility of being falsely incriminated is the opportunity to have the testing repeated. Such an opportunity should be provided whenever feasible.
Correct.
Okay. Could you now go back to Exhibit 30, page 8? Were certain DNA samples consumed in your analysis?
Yes, they were.
And for the record, are those listed on page 8 of your report?
Yes, they are.
Which samples were entirely consumed in your analysis?
That would be exhibits 1.4, 1.6, 1.9, 1.10, 1.12, 2.1, 3.1, 4.1, and 5.1.
Okay. Then are there a number of samples listed above there in the report where you say the DNA extracts will be retained? And then you list 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, 1.5, 1.7, 1.8, 1.13, 7.1, and 8.1.
Correct.
Does that mean that those are all swab samples, correct?
They were swabs, yes.
All right. Does your report mean that you consume the swabs, but you have some liquid extract remaining as to those samples?
Correct.
Now, are all of the samples, let's talk about the samples in Plaintiff's Exhibit 30. Were all of the samples you looked at there mixed samples?
I refer to my tables in my report.
Sure. Go to page 2, please.
And can we go to page 3 and 4?
3 and 4, please.
With the exception of the known samples from the known individual, that was a single source sample, but otherwise the evidence samples were all mixtures.
And in many cases, they were mixtures of sometimes 4 and 5 people, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you look at mixtures such as the ones in this case, you use terms like major and minor contributor, right?
Correct.
Is that language meant to convey that anything with respect to activity of anybody who might be assigned to that DNA weight? In other words, are you saying the person you label as a major contributor was engaged in any sort of activity? Is there any connection between the use of that language and activity?
None of the testing that I performed could speak to activity or what activity led to the deposition of the DNA.
So nothing in your report, if somebody reads that and says, oh, this one says this person is a major contributor, you're not commenting on anything about the person's activity, correct?
Correct.
And is it true also that there are also several other limitations concerning the language of your report that it's important for courts and people who are reading the report to understand?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Are there other limitations in addition to the one we just reviewed that it's important to understand about the language you use in your report?
In terms, is there something specific that you're?
Yeah, there is. Could you go to Baker Exhibit 30, page 1, for the witness only? Are you familiar with this publication?
Yes.
This is a publication by the National Institute of Standards and Technology called Forensic DNA Interpretation and Human Factors.
Correct.
This is put together as a guidance document for practitioners on what, to simplify, essentially, what to say and what not to say.
I don't know that I would call it a guidance document. NIST is not a regulatory body for DNA testing. It was a report that looked into forensic DNA reporting and specific human factors that could affect our testing. So they may have had recommendations, but as far as them being a regulatory body that's issuing guidelines, I wouldn't state that.
Okay, that's fine. Could you go to 136, please? This is Baker 30. Keep going. Paragraph.
The type of testing we perform is quite sensitive, and so it is a standard practice that we request elimination samples from any of the investigators involved in order to potentially eliminate them in case they could have contaminated the evidence.
Okay. Now, in report number 157, if you could bring that up, please. Oliver 157, which has been admitted. The elimination samples that you requested in connection with items seized from Mr. Robinson's apartment were from Amber Robinson, Matthew Robinson, and Lance Twigs, correct?
Correct.
And that's because you had information that those people were associated with the house.
Correct.
And when you tested or compared, first of all, you determined their DNA types, right?
Correct.
Then you compared their types to what you found on the evidence.
Correct.
And for a certain number of those samples, you found the presence of DNA of your elimination samples, not because they were suspects, but because they were associated with the premises, right?
There was support for inclusion of some of these individuals, yes.
Okay. And if you could scroll down to page 4, which is the table, I just want to review briefly with you. For instance, item number 1.4, which was a swab from the rifle. You used the elimination sample of Mr. Robinson's father, and you found his DNA on that particular swab, correct?
I would say there was support for inclusion of Matthew Robinson on the sample obtained from the swabs of the bolts of the rifle.
I'm glad you pointed that out. That's, again, consistent with your other testimony. You're talking again about support for inclusion as a possible contributor.
Correct. And
Again, not because he's a suspect, but because he's associated with that premise.
correct, and there would have been a likelihood ratio statistic calculated and to go along with that.
Okay. Could you go to the next page? Similarly, with respect to 1.6, you found, again, Matthew Robinson on swap number 1.6, or a profile that indicated he was a possible contributor.
There's support for inclusion of Matthew Robinson.
Okay. And next page, actually go 2 page to page 7. You found support for inclusion of Lance Twiggs on swabs of buttons of a Dremel tool, correct?
Correct.
And going back to what we were talking about before, if a person named Lance Twiggs lived in that residence, came into contact with Tyler Robinson, and then touched a button on a Dremel tool, you'd expect Mr. Robinson and Mr. Twiggs's DNA to be in there, right? Or you could.
It's reasonable to assume that anyone living in the household could have contributed to DNA on an object found in that household.
And similarly, you found profiles to suggest support for inclusion of Mr. Twiggs on other areas of the Dremel tool, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, the last area I want to ask you about is, you're familiar with something called NGS?
Yes.
What is NGS?
NGS stands for Next Generation Sequencing. It's a DNA technique that sequences your DNA. So it looks at the individual sequence of your DNA.
And is it true that in your field, that whole area of NGS is something that's at the forefront of everybody's attention? For instance, when you go to seminars and you look at the presentations, there's a lot of talk about NGS, right?
That's correct. Yes, it's a newer technique.
And is it being developed by ATF as a technique that's going to be used or has been used?
Not at this time, no.
And is there plans to do that?
Not at this time, no.
Okay. Do you know if other labs have implemented it?
I believe there may be some laboratories in the United States that have it in use, but I wouldn't have direct knowledge of that.
Now, you used a program in this case called STR Mix, correct?
Correct.
And that's sold by a company in New Zealand, that software?
Correct.
Have they developed another program called STR Mix NGS?
I'm not aware of NGS software.
Could you go to 156, Oliver 156? let me know when you're there. Are you aware that STR, the developers are selling a product called STR Mix NGS?
I was not aware, no.
Okay. Now, sequencing analysis is different than what you did in this case, correct?
Correct.
And how so?
As I said, sequencing is looking at the individual sequence, the individual bases that make up your DNA, as opposed to the testing that I'm performing, which is looking at length variations. So STR testing, which is the testing I perform, looks at areas of the DNA that are known to be highly variable between individuals. And there are areas where the DNA sequence repeats itself over and over again. And depending on who you are as an individual, you may have a different number of repeats present at that location. So the testing we're performing is looking at those length variations. There's a distinction between, say, if you have 10 repeats versus 12 repeats.
But you're not looking within those lengths to see what the sequence of the DNA is.
Correct.
And that's what this new technology is designed to look at.
Correct.
And the reason it's designed to look at that is because it's been found that there are DNA areas that are different in sequence, even though they're the same length. Is that true?
I think the reason for developing NGS software is to add another tool to a forensic biologist tool belt.
Okay. Now, could you go to 154, please, for the witness only? You're familiar with this chart?
Yes.
Okay, this lists all the alleles that you found for all the testing in your 3 analysis, correct?
No, it looks like
no, you were right, 154. Yeah, this is one. What's the exhibit on this? Okay. You're familiar with this chart, right?
I reviewed the first page of this chart. I have
Sure.
not reviewed the entire
Go to
thing.
the first page. This lists the alleles that you found, correct?
For the known samples, yes.
Okay, now go to the second page. And is it true that for the alleles of interest in this case, one of the alleles of interest is at the D3 location, allele 17?
One of the locations that we look at on the DNA strand is called D3. That's a location, yes.
Right, and in this case, the 17 allele is important because Mr. Robinson had a 17 allele, correct?
Correct.
And some of the evidence had a 17 allele.
Correct.
At that location.
Correct.
So as I understand the way you do this, you look and compare whether those are the same number, basically.
I wouldn't state that's how we do our comparison. So it's not just number matching. We're using STR Mix, the STAR Mix software, in order to perform an analysis of the software that looks at the possibilities for a DNA profile and make comparison to the knowns that way. We aren't using a chart and just doing number matching.
Yeah, and I wasn't suggesting you did, but you're looking at the alleles and measuring the peaks, and it's a fairly sophisticated process, correct?
Correct.
But the bottom line is you're comparing alleles one against another.
Correct.
So if a person is a 1717 and the evidence sample is a 1717, you're looking at that comparison.
Correct.
And again, measuring only length.
Correct.
But it's true, is it not, that researchers have found that that particular allele, the D317 allele, that there are actually 3 different 17s, 17A, 17B, 17C.
Yeah, so there's something known as isoalleles. What that is you may have, in this case, a 17 allele, but the sequence within that 17 allele is different. So 2 people may have a 17, but they may have a different sequence within their 17 allele.
And it's been found that there is a 17A, a 17B, and a 17C, correct?
Objection. Relevance to the probable cause hearing. At this point, I think we've once again gone beyond probable cause, and based on Mr. Grunlander's argument, I would invoke his argument here in the case law that he referenced, and I object to this question.
Let me withdraw the question, reframe it, and move beyond it.
All right, so I'll sustain the objection. It will be reframed and we'll go from there.
It's true, is it not, that at least 5 of the locations of interest in this case, researchers have found that the alleles that you were looking at, these isoalleles, have different sequences but the same length.
Objection. Relevance. The witness has testified she does not do sequencing analysis here, and that's what the question is asking, is about sequencing analysis.
Counsel?
The point, though, is that her testing cannot distinguish between these isoalleles, and therefore it goes to the weight of the comparisons.
But if she didn't do that,
Yeah, that's the point, is that she didn't do it, and therefore she's not in a position to draw conclusions.
Mr. McBride?
That proffer is inaccurate, that she's not able to draw conclusions because she did not do NGS or sequencing analysis. She has testified that her lab and the analysis she did here is not sequencing analysis, it's something different. Whether or not she could do sequencing analysis is irrelevant to the analysis that she did do. If Mr. Burt wants to call an expert to say sequencing analysis is better or something like that, that's fine. But this expert does not do sequencing analysis. Therefore, the line of questioning that goes into sequencing analysis is irrelevant to her testimony.
Let me see if I could lay a further foundation.
All right, so I'm going to sustain the objection. And the question may be reasked if counsel chooses.
When you do your analysis using length only, do you go by the rule that if any STR locus fails to match when comparing the genotypes between two or more samples, then the comparison of profiles between the question and reference sample is usually declared a non-match, regardless of how many other loci match?
No, it's not quite that simple. What you're speaking of is an exclusion, is that correct?
Yeah, right.
So it's possible for DNA evidence we spoke about, it's possible that DNA evidence be degraded. In a case like that, there may be the potential that some of the profile has what we call dropped out. So it's not present. In that case, we wouldn't expect necessarily to have a inclusion or exclusion at that location because there's no information present there. So it's not quite as simple as is every allele in this chart present in the evidence. There's more to it than that.
If you had a difference in sequence between a known and a question across many loci, would you exclude the person?
It depends.
Again, objection, Your Honor. We're going back into sequencing, which is not the analysis that was done in this case.
Mr. Burt.
Again, Your Honor, if there could be an exclusion based on this and the testing was not done, I think that is relevant.
But as it relates to this witness and her firsthand knowledge, I'm not seeing that tie-in as it relates to her.
All right, let me move on then.
So I'll sustain the objection.
Now, you said that all the samples you looked at in that one report were mixtures, correct?
Correct.
And the number you get in the likelihood ratio depends on how many contributors you estimate, right? The number is going to vary if you say I think it's a mixture of 2 people versus I think it's a mixture of 5 people.
It's not necessarily the number of contributors. The likelihood ratio speaks to the weight of the evidence. And so it's comparing known individuals to the unknown sample. It could be a low number and be a single source sample. It could be a high number and be a 4-person mixture. It's not necessarily directly correlated with the number of contributors.
Let me ask you if you agree with this. This is from the NIST mixture study. An likelihood ratio numeric value is not a measurement of a physical quantity. Do you agree with that?
Correct.
Rather, it is a ratio of probabilities in the opinion of the expert assessing the likelihood ratio and is dependent on the specific propositions used to formulate it and also on the individual making the assessment.
Correct. Yes, I agree.
And does the final likelihood ratio depend on the number of contributors you assume?
No, it does not.
It has no effect whatsoever.
It can have an effect. It's possible. It's possible multiple other factors could contribute to the likelihood ratio.
Is it somehow difficult to figure out how many contributors there are in a sample?
I guess I would say that I use my my training, education, and experience in order to determine the number of contributors present in a profile.
I noticed throughout your report, you used the phrase, for instance, with regard to the 1.2 sample, the profile consistent with at least five contributors, at least one of which is male. And for 1.1, you say the profile is consistent with at least 4 contributors. I assume by the word at least, you're signaling that it could be more.
Correct.
And as the number of people to a mixture increases, the difficulty in sorting out that mixture increases as well, correct?
Correct.
I noticed in your standard operating procedure, there's some guidance on interpreting 3-person mixtures. Familiar with that, right?
Yes.
And it says, and correct me if I'm wrong, approximately 70% of 4-person mixtures present as 2 or 3-person mixtures based solely on number of alleles present.
It's possible for them to present. Yes.
Well, it doesn't say it's possible. It says, for example, approximately in all cases, assuming a mixture as a result of the combination of 3 people must be done with caution. For example, approximately 70% of 4-person mixtures present as 2 or 3-person mixtures based solely on number of alleles present.
You said you're referencing my SOP?
Yes.
Is it possible for me to take a look at it?
Sure.
Your Honor, I'm going to object at this point. The point that defense counsel is getting at is made in the last answer, which is the difficulty of sorting out mixtures.
What I was anticipating the story being was how are young people's political views being shaped and how are they responding? What kind of influence he's having on young voters, especially on young men voters?
It was kind of like any other assignment. The images.
It seemed to mishandle where it was going. Because to just immediately before hearing what was pieced together, it is clear that this situation must have the most thorough and objective investigation to lead.
So here's the press conference on the Nolan Wells family at the National Action Network with their attorney Benjamin Crump. We know that what they are doing is a whole lot of bullshit, covering up these white families not having any comment, erasing their social media, asking for peace and all of this, and asking to give the family time. Let's be real clear. The family needs answers. They need time to grieve, but they need answers. They are trying to protect these young, rich, white men. They're not children. They're men.
Lead to justice. What we've been told does not make sense. And being that there is lack of confidence in the local authorities who have already, in my hearing what was pieced together, it is clear that this situation must have the most thorough and objective investigation to lead to justice. What we've been told does not make sense. And being that there is lack of confidence in the local authorities who have already, in my judgment, seemed to have mishandled where it was going. Because to just immediately, before a week time, saying there was nothing done wrong, when we hear that this young man was engaged in some kind of argument that was on tape, that his cell phone and keys ended up with one of the people that were there on the island and got away. He was one black with 3 young white men who happened to end up with his phone, happened to end up with his keys. Then there's just too many questions that they should not be closing the investigation. Now, I'm from Brooklyn, so I'm a little different than some of y'all. I was built different. My nose is out here, my eyes are here, my brain is here, which means some things I could smell before I could see and before I can figure out. This does not smell right. So some people are saying, Reverend, are y'all bringing in race? Well, we're not bringing in race, but we're not discounting race either, because we don't know what it is. So to tell us don't rush to judgment saying it was racist is fine. But then I'm telling you, don't rush to judgment saying it was not racism, because we do not know. We do know what these parents are being told and what the parents have now shared with us does not make sense. How do you end up a young, promising football player, not in trouble, mother and daddy at home, everything we tell him to do and be, they go on the 4th of July, on the anniversary of this country, going to an island, we're outing with his friends, and the friends come back and he's left there with some story about, he said, leave them behind. But then by some magic, one of the friends has his keys and his phone. Mind you, his mother tracked down the phone. They didn't voluntarily tell her they had his phone. They didn't voluntarily say they had the keys. So if they not been tracked down, we don't know if they ever would have known where it was. Some of this doesn't make sense. So we are absolutely, National Action Network and other groups, going to rally behind this family. I have told them that whatever we can and need to do, we will do it, because this smacks of some of the worst fears that we've had historically, not only in Mississippi, but in this country. And we are there until the end with them. I've been asked by the family to be in Mississippi for the funeral, to officiate which I'm going to do. We just got off the phone with Tyler Perry, the actor who says he wants to help cover whatever expenses for the funeral. We have with us Spike Lee is in the house. Many of our people that have always supported families are there. This is not about them trying to raise money. We're going to take care of that. This is about, though, they got to keep going forward. But we want justice, and let the chips fall where they may. If it ends up being one way that we suspect was wrong, fine. But if it's another way, don't back up and play games with this. They are not activists or lawyers. So they only want justice for their son. I'm an activist. When we get there and they say we heating things up, that's what we do. Because sometimes you got to make people sweat to get the poison out their system. I'm the sweat man. And they are the parents that want to see justice for their son. Let me let you hear from Christine and Elmer Wansley and then Attorney Crump. Let them. Okay, Attorney Crump, and then we hear from you.
Thanks. Thank you, Reverend Al, for always answering the bell as you have done on so many occasions when families get the worst news of their life. And make no mistake about it, Christine and Elmo got the worst news of their life on what was supposed to be a joyous occasion where everybody was celebrating the 4th of July weekend. I'm Attorney Ben Crump, along with Attorney Lisa Park and Jared Presson and Camila Moore. We have the honor and the privilege of helping to lead an independent investigation on behalf of the family of Nolan Wells. Why do you say we need to be retained to lead an independent investigation? It is because the family has distrust of the Mississippi law enforcement officials giving them a fair investigation where their Black son ended up dead after going out on a boat with 3 young white men. The history of Mississippi is something that they don't just read about in books, but it's a lived experience for many Black Americans that oftentimes when our children are killed in highly questionable situations, that there is this notion that, oh, it was nothing wrong, no foul play, let's just sweep it under the rug. Well, we refuse to sweep it under the rug. We refuse to just let Nolan Wells' death be in vain. We're going to make sure that we get to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, because Nolan deserves it. You're going to hear his mother and father talk about what a wonderful young man he was. I mean, doing everything right. Reverend Al, he was not only a college student, he was a great athlete. He was a model big brother for his brothers and little brothers and sisters. And he was a great son who was on the cusp of becoming a man. I mean, Christine and Elmore did everything to prepare him for this moment. He was so close. He was right there. You're going to hear his father talk about him had a good football season last year, but this season he was really ready to go to the next level, to go to Division I. I mean, the highlights that you're seeing on social media of his athletic prowess, I mean, it is all relevant, because when you start talking about drowning, I mean, this is a kid who knew how to swim. This is a kid who was in tip-top shape. He was a superior athlete. And so I'm going to get to that in a moment, these glaring contradictions, but to try to say, oh, we're suggesting it was just an accident of drowning, You can go ahead and move on. Well, they are not accepting it. They are not accepting it. They want to know that you have not taken the path of least resistance, that you have done a full, complete, thorough, impartial investigation, because it cannot be lost on anybody, but especially us in the Black community. If the roles were reversed and you had 3 young Black men on a boat with a young white man, and that young white man ended up dead, what kind of investigation would be being conducted by the Mississippi law enforcement officials? How many times would those 3 young Black men be interrogated? So all we're asking is the same consideration you would have given if the roles were reversed. Give that consideration to this family as well. That is our fight. The glaring contradictions are just junk. About the fact that he is there with his friends, and you look at all the videos, it seems to be he's the only Black on the island, or maybe one other, but not many. And so, Jared, you have where a young woman he was talking to says that, well, Nolan said he was going back to get on the boat with the boys. The boys say that Nolan told them he was going to stay and talk to the young woman. It's a contradiction. They're not saying the same thing. One of them is telling the truth, one of them is not. We have to get to the bottom of that. It's important. And then the fact, Reverend Al, that they have this video of an argument that is going on. And you know, thank God, all young people, they have cell phones, and anytime you hear people raising their voice, they start the video. And so you hear on the video, Nolan saying, "Give me my freaking phone. What are you freaking doing?" And that becomes even more relevant when you think about the story that they are presenting, that Nolan chose to stay behind. That's what they're saying. But his phone, he wouldn't take that with him if he's going to stay behind on an island. I mean, we're talking about an 18-year-old kid. What teenager would leave their phone behind if they're going to stay on this island? What teenager wouldn't take their phone? And so it's not adding up. It's not adding up at all the fact, as Reverend Al said, you know, they didn't take his phone with them. His mother, when she finds out that her baby is missing, they start trying to track the phone. The GPS, the phone, they've used Life 360, and they discover that, well, the phone is on land. The phone is on land, but you're saying he went missing on the island. And so it's not adding up. And so they go get the phone. And you hear her tell herself, when her and her sister start going through his phone, Jared, they realize that there are deleted messages, so they're trying to figure out, well, why are there deleted messages on his phone? I mean, it becomes relevant when you start putting everything together where we can't just say, oh, there's no instance of foul play. We're going to get to the truth one way or the other. The fact that, and this really makes no sense to me, Reverend Al, this notion that where he drowned, y'all have, I'm sure, seen all the videos out there. I mean, if he's drowning, nobody sees him drown, nobody offers assistance, nobody tries to help him. I mean, obviously, he stands out. He's, I think, the only black person I saw when I'm looking at the videos. And if you see him drowning, you mean nobody is going to try to help him? It's not adding up. It is not adding up. And that's why the family, at their behest, we had an independent autopsy being performed. And we thank Colin Kaepernick for helping to pay for that independent autopsy. And we thank Tyler Perry for helping to pay for the funeral. Because as Reverend Al said, these were just regular parents going about their life. They weren't expecting any of this. And then we're having to try to hire these experts to be able to go and see if they can retrieve deleted messages. We have to have experts. You'll hear from Attorney Park talk about, you know, where the body was found when it was recovered and how long it took to be recovered. We think all of those are relevant issues to trying to understand what really happened to Nolan Wales. And this independent autopsy is so very important because we had his body flown from Mississippi to Washington, D.C. because his family wanted to make sure that they had a doctor who had no ties to Mississippi law enforcement to do an independent examination of their son's body. And we are hopeful to get that results in the very near future. We were hoping we would have had it today. However, as you all know, here in New York, they canceled all the flights yesterday. And so it took a long time for his body to get to the medical examiner's office in Washington, D.C. But rest assured, as soon as we get those results, we will make them known to you because we believe transparency is very important. We want to lead by example. We want them to be transparent and we want to be transparent. We know they conducted the autopsy. We are waiting on their results as well. The final thing I will say is this. If there are any people on that island, any young people who recorded videos, who witnessed things, who may have saw Nolan at any time on the island, please, please, please let us know. Please call beingcrump.com, call the 800 number, just any information. They are desperate. We're in a ferocious pursuit for the truth. And Y'all, if it was your child, wouldn't you want everybody who knew something to let you all know? This is a horrible way because it's so tragic on so many levels. But before we bring the parents up, why don't we have Attorney Lisa Park, who is helping to head up the investigation with our office.
My name is Lisa Park. I'm the senior attorney for the Ben Crump Law Office in Atlanta. It is our honor to work with the family to try to find answers in this case. I think that most of you at this point are aware of Ben Crump Law and many of the cases that we represent in this country. Some of these cases you don't know anything about until we get involved and we shed some light and we explain to the media what has happened and you all let America know what has happened. Sometimes cases come and you all already know about it. This is one of those cases. I saw this in the news before I got a call from Ben. This was already huge in social media, already out in general media. Why? Why? Because it doesn't take an attorney. It doesn't take a special investigator. It doesn't take someone with extreme training to know right off there's something wrong here. This is, as Ben has put it, not adding up. It is so obvious. There are so many people in this country that go missing, right? Everybody knows this. But this case has captured everybody's attention. Think about why. You know that something is not right. It doesn't take us. It doesn't take the Reverend Al Sharpton, Ben Crump, to tell you and then think, oh, now I know something's wrong. We know something is wrong. And for every single person that was in Horn Island, and we know there's about 200 people, there's a lot of people. We know that Horn Island is a popular place during the holidays. It's a popular place on the weekends. You have to get there by boat. It's the only way to get there. You have to leave by boat. It's the only way to leave. So many people out there. If you are watching this, if you see this, and you are struggling about what to say or what to do, you know what the right thing to do is. Call Ben Crump Law. There's this thing called the internet. It's very easy to find that number. Call us. We have an entire call center. They're waiting to hear from you. If you didn't go to Horn Island, but you've heard something, because people are talking. They're talking with each other. They may not be calling the police. They may not be calling us. But you heard something. We need to know that. We need to know that. In America today, so many of us, we want to believe that the last several decades, we've made so much progress in our race relations, don't we? We want to believe that, whether you're Black or you're white or you're Asian, that's what we want to believe. We wanted to believe that this past 4th of July when we celebrated 250 years, right? If you want to believe that, you've got to be part of the solution. You've got to be part of that. You have to make it happen. And if you have information, please call us. It is incredibly important. People out there, you have answers. You may not know exactly what your information means, but if you saw something, say something, please.
All right, we're going to hear from the parents, and then we'll have Q&A. And what I want is when we go to the media, identify yourself and your outlet so we know who is speaking. And let me say again that we're standing with this family till the very end and make sure we deal with justice. Let's first hear from the mother, Christine Wan.
First of all, I want to say thank you, everyone, for being here. This is not how I wanted the world to meet my son, but here we are. So, as you know, I'm Christine Wells-Walmsley. I am Nolan Wills's mom. And Nolan is the kindest soul. He never met a stranger. He loved everybody. He didn't care if you were black, white, purple, green, looked like a marshmallow. Like, he just wanted everyone to be in peace with one another. He loved life, and God gave him this big heart, which always scared us. Me and his dad had conversations with him all the time, not just about the importance of understanding our history as Black people, but also the importance of how you have to move in certain spaces. And it's not us being, feeding into racism or the stereotypes that comes with that. Unfortunately, that is just a matter of fact. There have been many cases, many instances that shows it is unfortunately a pattern that he did not like. He did not like that there was so much division, and I think that's why God gave him us. He was really a peacemaker. He wanted, like I said, everyone to be included. He never wanted to leave anyone out. He just, even at a young age, I don't know, he was, how old was he? No, not 18. So his father and I were having a moment, and as couples do, and even in that moment, he runs in the room with his diaper on, of course, and he starts dancing because it was like he could feel the tension. He could feel that something wasn't right. So he was just a special kid. Like, he was a special kid, but again, just heart was so big. And we're gonna miss him dearly. But we are grateful, especially to our friend Tashima, who actually was one of the people who helped us that night. She went and picked up his cell phone from where it was, and then provided that to us, because we of course contacted authorities to figure out who to do the report with, whether it was the county or the city, which then turned into DMR, who I contacted immediately from there. And, but so our friend actually, when I called her, Nolan is best friends with her two sons, Jalen and Javon. When I called her, I said, Tashima, have you seen Nolan? He's missing. No one has seen him. No one has talked to him. The boys were actually with her sons. So they opened up their Snapchat, because a lot of the kids do have their locations where they're tracking one another. So one of the boys says, well, it's showing that, I can't exactly remember what his location was showing, but my Life 360 location was showing something completely different. It was actually showing that his phone was like he was on land. And so we ended up, she received the phone from that parent. And then we met up where his car was, which was at a separate location. There were issues obtaining the key. But even so, there's just a lot of.
Tell them about what happened with the key.
So I'm going to let my husband tell you about that because he actually went up to the door to get the key because at that point, I was just not in my right mind. This has just been an awful situation, just terrible.
Elmore Watson, father.
Okay, so the situation with the key. When we got to the house, a few of his friends, they were already there. And they were at the door in the house, asking questions. So when I walked up, they were getting, things were getting kind of intense. So I turned to them and told them, I need you guys to calm down. I don't do this to me right now. I need them to kind of trust me so they can give me something. So I was able to calm them down. So the guy, he's in one of the pictures, he came out of the room, half asleep or whatever, I think Jack's or whatever. And I said, look, I'm Nolan's father. I'm here to get his keys so I can get his car. I said, he's like, his car's parked in the yard. So he was like, I don't know, man. I know it's like my brother. I said, well, if Nolan was like your brother, would you please go on your room and see if you can find my son's keys so I can take his car home? He walks off, 2 or 3 minutes, come back. I can't find the keys. I said, okay. So at that point, I get the boys and I get moved them out the house because I didn't want them to go into the house and start tearing up these people's houses because they'd never be all in the situation. So we walk outside by the car. One of the guys that was in the house with us, he was on the phone with a girl, and the girl told him that Nolan's keys were on top of this Jack's guy's Xbox in the house because apparently she was there with him earlier. So he goes back up to the door by himself, and 5 minutes later, the keys come out. So now I feel like you done lied to me. So now I'm really like in distress with you. But as far as the night goes, if I knew anyone had a boat, I would have went out that night looking for my son. We tried, but I don't have friends with boats. But if I knew someone with one, I would have went out that night. And this so happened that his coach saw all the stuff on Facebook that next morning and contacted me like 5 in the morning, asked me, do we want to go out? And I told him yes. So within an hour, he was at the dock. We met him and we went out. We docked the boat, got off the boat, walked on the island, walked a pretty nice stretch, came back, got back on the boat, went around the island, looked, came back around, and where we went to, that's where apparently they say that his body floated up. I don't know a lot about water currents or whatever, but I would think that we would have saw his body. And on the trip there was a family that stayed a night on the island, like actually tented out on the island. So if he was left, he would have saw that family on the island, and it was 2 other boats docked. So he would have had help. So I don't know. I don't know. I think we stayed there for like an hour and a half. That's when Jackson County and the sheriff department showed up, and they were going to do their rounds. And I had a classmate of mine, him and his 2 boys, they came out and they searched, and then they got back in touch with me and said the Coast Guard had finally showed up in airplane. So
what is so critical, what Elmore is saying is they went out on Sunday, and the tide, if it brought his body up, he went missing on July 4th, as they say. His body should have been there on July 5th. Why would it not appear to July 6th? And that's one of those things that's just not adding up. And the fact that if he stayed behind on the island,
and his body was there all that time, and when it showed up on the 6th, his body wasn't waterlogged because he wasn't out there. They killed him and took his body back out there. I can't wait to hear this autopsy.
Folks, there were people, somebody had to see something. That's why it's not adding up. And that's what they're saying. It is just not adding up.
Yes. And if he was there 2 days, somebody on the island would be able to verify that. 2 days and nobody's come forward and say, no, he was with us, or no, we saw him. It just does not make sense. Make it make sense.
Just one last thing. We want her to talk about the cell phone deleted messages.
You're talking off mic.
I'm sorry. I thought my voice was loud enough. One last thing. We want to have Christine talk about the cell phone from her perspective before they tell you who Nolan was, and then we'll take your questions.
So when we made it home, my sister and I actually went through Nolan's cell phone, particularly Snapchat, because that is so popular with the children. And when we opened it up, there was nothing. There were no saved pictures. There were no snaps from that day. And we did open it before the 24-hour expiration. So we found that very concerning, only because anyone who's ever been around Nolan will tell you at social gatherings, he's taking videos, he's taking pictures, he's even come up to me when I'm getting ready to go to bed. Hey, Mom, come on, take a picture of me. You know, like that was Nolan. So that's why we feel that things may have been deleted, was because of the fact that there was nothing in either one of his accounts. But I do want to say this. I would hope that any parent who, God forbid, would be in our situation, I would hope that you would do the same thing. I would hope that you would ask for any help, receive any help to get answers, because at the end of the day, that's all we want. We just want to know. We just want to know what happened and why our baby didn't come home. Like that's our biggest thing. And we are so grateful to everyone, family, friends, classmates, United Cajun Navy, everybody that's assisted us. We appreciate you. There's not enough thank yous that we could say or give to you, but I just, we just want to know. We want an honest, thorough investigation. That's all we're asking for.
Do you want to say about who Nolan was?
Nolan is a person with a big heart. He's loved by not just his family, but the community. He's a born people person. He really developed a bond with his baby brother, because both of them played the same position. So he was really understanding the business side of the sport, of which is football, and understand that it's not just a game you play. So the stuff that I was telling him, it was kind of starting to sink into him, and he was really getting more in depth into it. And I could see as he did that, his baby brother really started getting more into it as well, as far as being more focused, because he saw, well, if my big brother is about to go do this great thing, then I want to do this great thing, but I want to do it better. That's why that's what made them so like vinegar and oil. It was like they was always at each other, but they were the same. When I look at my youngest, I'll say Nolan, or when I look at Nolan, I'll say my youngest name. So they would train together. I would always say, hey, you did some push-ups, you the one ran some routes. And they know when I say that, next day they're out there running routes. Even my other son, he'll go out there. He doesn't play their position, but he would go out there and work and exercise and work out because they were understanding what I was talking about. They were growing. They were becoming men. So this was his time. He would always talk to me. I would always give him my advice about stuff. I always try to tell him what to look for. And I was always telling him, I said, son, I'm giving you this advice and I'm telling you this stuff, but you're going to have to experience this. But when you experience it, it won't be foreign to you. You'll have some kind of idea of how to navigate through it. And I think me and his mother, I think we did a great job with that. That's why it's so hard for me to believe that he would choose to stay on the island. It just wasn't his character. It wasn't his character. So Nolan is the funniest kid in our family. Speaking of the time she was talking about, we were having a kind of heated moment, and I don't know if you guys remember the dance called Stinking It. I think my son created it because we were sitting in that closet looking and just like talking. He literally came to the closet door and peeked around and stood in front of it and just started doing this little crazy dance. And I was like, we just bust out like whatever we was arguing about, we stopped laughing. Then we called him to us and we just hugged and laughed and played. But then maybe 6 months later, the song didn't hit. But we always said he created the stinky leg dance. But that's my greatest memory of my son.
What are you telling your other children about this?
My son Ethan, he's hurting. These are the ones these are the younger ones. He's like, Dad, I don't know what I'm gonna do, and I'm like, son, you gotta keep going because he would want you to be better. His youngest brother Elmore, the one that really worked out with him, he was like, I'm hurting, Dad, but I said, no, they want you to be the best he can be. He would want you to outdo him, and whenever you feel like you're in a bind or having some kind of problem, call on your brother, talk to your brother. My twins, the loss of a younger sibling is hurting them. They have to figure out how to navigate through life without him. And my daughter Carly, with her being away, it's really hard for her because she's not around family now. So she's out on her own, doing life like us, but she's doing it on her own. So she has to do this by herself. We're here, by phone, but we're not there in person. So she really has to draw on the people that's around her when she's not home. So all together, my family, this is gonna be our new norm. He was the jester in my court, and yeah, he will be missed greatly, not by us, but by the whole community.
We will announce the funeral services when it is finalized, and we'll be going to help I will officiate at the funeral in Mississippi. Again, we'll take your questions, but identify who you are, and please be respectful to families in mourning, but because they want justice for their son, they came to New York to make this appeal. But let's not make this a circus. Yes.
Christiane Nershak from the New York Post. First of all, I just want to say I'm so sorry about the loss of family. I have a couple of questions. When was the last time you heard from Nolan? What did he say? Was there a call or a text? What was said during that last interaction? And also, how do you know that it's Nolan saying, like, give me my phone? What are you doing in that video?
Say that last question.
How do you know that it's Nolan saying, give me my phone? What are you doing in that video?
Yeah. Well, the second one is other children who are saying it was Nolan. Yeah.
So the last time we spoke and saw Nolan was July the 3rd. He actually cooked dinner for me, actually for us, because I had gotten off work. It's been really busy, and so he cooked dinner. It was salmon. He baked it. So proud. And then after that, he was just like, "Hey, Mom, I'm about to go. I love you." It was a hug, kiss, and he left. Which of course, you know, he knew we always looked at the like 360. So there were times maybe he didn't call us to let us know when he made it, but we would see it. He would text at some point, but that was the last time we saw and spoke with him.
Sir.
Tim Craig from Washington, Two questions. First, who is doing the independent autopsy in Washington, D.C.? And the second question is, as part of your independent investigation, have you planned to reach out to the other boys who were to ask them voluntarily speak to your investigation?
Dr. Roger Mitchell is doing the independent autopsy on behalf of Nolan Wells' family. And we understand that the young men have lawyers, so we will have to have their lawyers agree to let them speak to our investigators, and we have not attempted to talk to them as of yet. We have been attempting to talk to many of the students and people who are out there that we are aware of.
Okay. Right here.
Oh, okay. Justin Finch, Inside Edition, asking a question here. First, for the family, wondering if you recall from your friend what was said to her by the people who gave her Nolan's phone, and for Attorney Crump, wondering for you, at some point, will that phone be given to police for their investigation and express interest?
Yes.
So the exact wording of the exchange, it was through phone, because again, we were busy trying to figure out who was going to take the missing persons report. Just because when it's in water, when it occurs on the island, it's not necessarily the city or the county, because then it becomes an issue of jurisdiction. So like I said, she went there and spoke with, I cannot remember, I'm so sorry, my brain is everywhere. But she went to the house and retrieved the phone. She said, I have his phone, the phone looks okay. As far as like appearance goes, it didn't look damaged or anything. And so then after that, we met with her at the other house where he had stayed the night, July the 3rd, where his car was. Because it was important for us to try to retrieve everything of his that we could. But it honestly, for both instances, it was a run and round, because I know she had issues getting his phone as well. And she ended up calling me, and I think I spoke with the mother. She put me on speakerphone, and I was like, hey, you know, yes, I'm Christine, I'm Nolan's mom. We need his phone. We're trying to find him.
Yeah.
I guess.
Okay. We'll go her and then you.
I guess let me answer the second part of the question. Absolutely, after our experts be able to examine the phone, we will let the Mississippi investigators examine the phone. And it's fortuitous that they have the phone, because normally in these investigations, as you know, right now, they would have the phone and stuff, and they would keep it for months. And the family just be in limbo. But thank God we have the phone now. We're going to do it expeditiously and give it to them to examine it as well.
Anna Schechter with CBS News. So you said that he stayed the night at a friend's. The first question is, did he stay with the friends that he went on the boat with?
Yes, he did.
And my second question is, has anyone come forward and provided you with other photographs or videos from Horn Island from July 4th that afternoon?
They're starting to send them to our office, and that's what Attorney Parker was being so adamant about. Please continue to send whatever videos you got, whatever pictures you got. And we're very thankful that some young people have done that.
Good afternoon. Darla Miles, ABC 7 New York. First of all, I would like to extend my condolences to Mr. and Mrs. Walls. I know This is like very brave of you, and we appreciate your transparency. 2 questions, also in regards to you right now, Mr. Crump. My first question is, this happened in Mississippi, and you've traveled here to meet with Reverend Al Sharpton. Why was this important to you, and how meaningful has this meeting been with you here in New York?
So we did this because, once again, what we're wanting is transparency, right? Although I do absolutely respect law.
This happened in Mississippi. This is a national story, woman. This is a national story that doesn't need to stay pushed under the carpet in Mississippi where they would like it to be. These stories need to be headlined in national media. Like all of these Natalie Holloway stories are all plastered all over national media. That happened. She was from where? Alabama or somewhere. Yes, this is national news that needs national attention, national eyes on it. That's why she's in New York City. Did you ask Beth Holloway why she was all over the place? No, you didn't.
Enforcement, just the fact that the accidental drowning thing, it made both me and his father uncomfortable. Why are we so quick to rush to this? And we just, at the end of the day, we want answers. This has been very impactful. And I'm gonna be honest with you, the day they found him, we were at Port Mars, which is one of the boat launches, and I was standing beside the water, and I had said a prayer, and I was like, Lord, this isn't what we wanted, but I just asked him to help us get through this, put the right people in our path that could potentially help us, because at that point we hadn't reached out to anybody. We didn't know where to start. This is foreign. We've never been through this. No parent should go through this. And then that's when my cousin, Keezy, she sent me a message with some information. My friend, Bianca, her sister, knows a contact with Attorney Ben. And so I said, okay, this has to be it. This has to be God helping us along the way. And I am not religious, but I am spiritual. And for that, I was grateful because I felt like things were being set up. And at this point, I've always said, we are taking any help. We don't care, black, white, purple. Again, we just want to know what happened. That's all we want to know. We just want to know what happened.
And my quick follow-up to that, were you able to get a clear explanation as to the chain of custody of this phone, like how that parent came in possession of this phone? And then explain the resistance. You said you went to the home to get the keys. I don't understand what kind of resistance. What was that exchange of words like? The resistance you received when you went to go retrieve his keys. Thank you.
He just acted like he didn't know where they were. He was like he was clueless. He was like, I don't know. Just please. I was like, just please go and look for me. Cause be honest with you, at that time, I was very emotional. No one was giving me any answer. So that situation with me and them could have went totally left field. But since those other young kids were in there, at that moment, they kept me from doing what I wanted to do. So getting them and calming them down, it helped me focus on what I was really there for, to find the keys. And like I said, when I asked him, he said he went and looked. And so when he said he couldn't find them, I did what I needed. I left out of their home. And like I said, 5 minutes later, he come back out with the keys. And they didn't come back outside anymore until the police came. Because at that time, police were called because we were looking for his wallet. And then they went to the door But other than that, when they sent the keys out, they locked everything. They didn't want nothing
Who is
to do with
they?
what was outside that
Who
door.
is these
So
days you keep talking about? Why you hiding for covering for them? Who is these days? Who is they? Who is they? Their names have been put out. Who is they? Why y'all hiding for covering for these people? Who is they? I don't care if they're black, white, yellow, green. There are no yellow and green people. There are only black, white, and Asians and Hispanics. There are no yellow, green people. Quit talking in parables. Who is these days? I went over to Marshall's house. These people's names have already been let out. Who are they? Who are these children? Why are you worried about other children when you're looking for your own child? What are you talking about? Talk clearly. The fuck are you talking about?
All right, we'll take the last four. 1, 2, 3, 4. Go ahead.
Maria Campanodi with CNN. 2 questions for Attorney Crum, just to get some clarification on the timeline of the events. When was Nolan last seen and by whom? And the second question is, who first reported Nolan missing and when?
Well, and I asked his mother to also assist on the second question. But as it's conflicts, you know, the young woman said that he went and got back on the boat with the boys. The boys say no. He said he was going to stay with her. And that's a conflict. And the troubling thing is if they're saying, well, he made the decision to stay behind, would an 18-year-old college student say, go ahead without me, I don't want my cell phone or anything? It just doesn't add up. And so that around that 3 o'clock time seems to be the last time that we have those statements. However, as Christine said, they're suggesting that they didn't leave to 4:30 though. So, you know.
You know what I really don't like about this whole situation is these 3 or 4 white boys, their names have already been put out in the media. We are sitting up here talking about this, and these grown adults act like they cannot utter these other grown adults by name. These grown adults who were out here on boats with this man and saying that this man said that he wanted to stay on an island have been questioned by authorities. But they act like these attorneys act like they cannot say these grown adults' names. Attorneys. What the fuck is going on?
If you said you were leaving at 3, why you left at 4:30? And where was Nolan for that hour? And I think she was asking about the cell phone.
When was he last seen?
Oh, I asked the last scene. I thought you said something else.
When was he first?
Oh, missing. Okay.
So his friend contacted me. It was around 11:07, and then I called my friend to ask her had she seen him, because that would be the only other place I would think he would go if he were back on land. And so then when she told me no, she was like, "Don't worry, I'm going to look for him." And that's when we got on the phone. First, I called. It was either the county or Ocean Springs. It was either one of them. But whichever I called first, I was directed to call DMR because DMR, if I'm not mistaken, they handle cases with the island or the water in that area. So the young lady took the information down. She's like, "I'm going to give you a call back." I said, "Okay." So when she called me back, she explained to me, she was like, I've spoken with the Coast Guard, which his friend had contacted the Coast Guard, Warren had contacted the Coast Guard to report Nolan missing as well. So I'm on the phone with the DMR, he's calling Coast Guard. And she said, I spoke with Coast Guard and, you're gonna have to complete the report with, I think it was Ocean Springs. So we go down to the Ocean Springs Police Department. We're told because it's a jurisdiction issue that they can't file the missing police report. Jackson County the Sheriff's Department ends up calling me back, I think if I remember this correctly, and she was calling to check to see were they able to do it. I told her no, they couldn't do it. The young lady on the phone and the officer at Ocean Springs Police Department spoke. He explained to her why Ocean Springs Police Department could not complete the missing persons report. She said, okay, he gives the phone back. She's like, look, I'm just gonna go ahead and do it so there's no more back and forth. So my husband and I, we met an officer in the McDonald's parking lot. I think at this point it's maybe around 12. Don't quote me on that. But we explained to him, what he looked like, age, all those things. Last time he was reported seen, which again, by his friend, he said that the last time he physically saw him was at 3 p.m. and they were getting ready to leave the island.
Israel Rodriguez with the U.S. Sun. Have you been able to gather additional information made by Warren's mother actually on social media, where she said the group left the island after they experienced trouble with the boat and that the boat began taking in water?
Your question is what directly? We know she made that statement.
Have you been able to gather additional information on that?
No, we have not.
Thank you. Kevin Ortega-Rojas with Here's Why News. I was hoping that the family could clarify Nolan's relationship with the young men that he traveled to the island with. We've heard different accounts of how long he's known them. And I was wondering also if you folks have spoken to those families since they lawyered up.
High school friends.
Say the second part again.
Last question.
Thank you so much, Rev. I want to speak to the family. I stand here as a cousin, a first cousin of a victim. In 2020, he went out with his friend and the mother, who was white, and he went missing. He was found dead, deceased, in a field behind her house. She was arrested. She was charged with failing to report a missing child and contributing to the delinquent of a juvenile. So your story is very familiar. Your pain, I feel it too. And I will continue to advocate. I'm an activist and I go all across the world. But today I'm here because I stand with you. As a cousin of a victim, I know what you feel when you don't get justice and the system is up against you.
God bless you. Thank you. We will follow up and when we're ready to formal announcements. Again, the funeral service is not to prompt religion, it's to seek justice and unity. And we want everybody, black, white, everybody to come and extol what this young man represented. It's not a protest rally. It will be to really lift up the spirit of this young man and to stand with the family. If we have to do protest rallies, that'll be announced at another time. The funeral services is to talk about how Nolan was a great young man to his family, and we're there to comfort them. Thank you for your time. Let us, please.
So I know I have been seeing some younger people, real adults, older people doing protests. We actually had a very small one in Ocean Springs. Some young boys that knew Nolan, actually some of his friends. So what Elmore and I would like to say is, if you do, please be peaceful. Nolan was not someone who liked fights, physical fights. He really didn't even like arguments. So don't go out there trying to be tough. Just think about what Nolan would want. And I'm telling you, he would not want that type of behavior. So let's just make sure that we keep it peaceful and respectful to one another's and others, and just stay away from negativity, but also to all of those who have sent beautiful messages. We have not gone through all of them, but I want you to know that we appreciate you, your love, your support, standing with us, and just keep us in your prayers.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
All right. There you have it. Now here we have a jigaboo. There's always a jigaboo who is trying to say some disparaging things. Let me see. There was something else. Hold on. Oh, there was something else. Well,
We're joined by his parents, Christine and Elmore Wansley, as well as their attorney, Ben Crump. And
officials said at the time that results, including toxicology, could take a couple of weeks to come back.
Nolan Wells went on for more than 40
Moment, investigators hadn't found anything pointing them toward a crime. It leaves room for that to change, and a strong swimmer, and the family county sheriff's office has something goes wrong in a group like
by day, which we all can understand.
Okay. Oh, let me find this. Hold on 1 second. There was something new. Oh, there was something new in this case. I can't find it. He's more than likely getting a new judge as well, Carmelo Anthony. I can't find what I was looking for. I apologize. All right, guys. I appreciate you for joining me today. I was looking for something, but I am unable to find it.
Okay, guys, let's get into this.
I went down a rabbit hole that I hadn't planned on going down. Let's see if there's any. Now, your president is leaving a your president is leaving a a will for JD Vance just in case the Iranians catch him slipping. So he is scared to death that the Iranians is gonna let go and let have with him. So he's given instructions. If they come and get me, make sure you unload on Iran. But he's not giving no financial advice for what to do to make sure that America don't become the next failed state. So there's that. So you guys go to my regular YouTube channel and make sure you stockpile something that is going to be some type of sustenance for yourselves to get through some stuff, some tough times, to be able to have some water. Make sure you stockpile you some food, because these rich motherfuckers are going to be in their bunkers counting their billions and laughing at you poor suckers who are out here paying attention to bullshit as they are robbing our treasury and our futures. Blind. Let me see. For example,
I mean, if you could get rid of, how many people do you think have been cut, and what were they doing?
I think there were a little over 2,000, just maybe around 2,200 in total that were cut. Some of them took early retirement. Some of them took, some buyout provisions that we'd made, available for them, because we wanted everyone to land in a good place, because this was not something that came about as a result of them not doing a good job or not doing what they were hired to do. So we wanted to make sure that as best as possible, they had a soft landing, if you will, and a place to go from there. And some actually, Miranda, you'll find often when you're making cuts, your intention is to only cut fat. Sometimes you cut into muscle a little bit. We did bring some people back, and so we've moved on.
Now, some of the things, I mean, if you could get rid of, how many people do you think have been cut? And
so did you cut maybe too many people? Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying? Maybe that's what you're saying. Let's see. Is there anything else? Is Fox News abandoning Trump for Rubio? Go over there and watch I've Had It, a podcast. That's what I've Had It podcast is saying. Let me see. Let me see. Is there anything that I'm missing? I think that's it. I think that is it. All right, guys. Thank you for joining me. Hit the like button. Have a great weekend. I'll see you guys on Monday.
Hey, welcome to the Really American Podcast. This is kind of live, depending on when you see it. Like when you see the sun, it's 8 minutes old. So is anything really happening there? But this is kind of live. That's Corinne Straight. I'm Chip Frank, Marjorie Taylor Greene, who would know something about vegetables.
Decided, yeah.
There's a lot of stuff going on. Joining us right now is...
Interesting, because looking into the Kentucky state legislature...
The question becomes for the state of Kentucky, how long does that seated person actually get seated? And would it be the person would it be Andy Barr who won the primary going against Booker, who's the Democrat? Or would another Republican be able to step up? There is a fear that it would be Thomas Massey, and then Massey would not relinquish the seat and could run as an independent. And Massey is popular in the state of Kentucky. Andy Barr is not. So that's part of the mess. The other part of the mess is they don't want to lose Mitch McConnell's seat right now because of a slim majority, and there's still stuff in the Senate that has to be decided. So They need that vote. So that's why
They're still pretending Mitch McConnell is not dead. Have a fabulous weekend. Hit the like button on your way out. I appreciate your support. Join the channel, share, like, join me again on Monday. All right, guys, I'm out of here. Bye-bye.